have the singing of our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Same one. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. Carton gras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, he's done it again, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honourable Minister of International Trade signed yet another free trade deal. This time with the Republic of Honduras. With the new Canada-Honduras FTA, Canadian exporters, service providers, and investors will benefit from enhanced market access. For example, this deal is worth up to $7 million per annum for beef and pork producers. This, along with Canada's EU trade agreement, is the most ambitious trade expansion plan in Canadian history. It will create new sources of prosperity for Canadian businesses of all sizes and for their employees. Despite the NDP's rhetoric on liberalized trade, its anti-trade partners tell the real story. As the Council Canadian leader Maud Barlow recently stated in regards to the Canadian-EU trade agreement, the NDP is only worried about optics. The NDP leader needs to be honest with Canadians. His party would isolate Canada from the rest of the global community. Thank God Canada has a Conservative government which understands the importance of trade to our economy.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today a crucial report was released focusing on the vital importance of ocean science in Canada. The report, sponsored by the Canadian Consortium of Ocean Research Universities, rightly asserts that the health of our oceans is fundamental to our precious environment and to Canada's economy. The CCORU universities do world-class research, including at the University of Victoria, but there's a pressing need for better integration of science in the ocean management and use. Industry, government, and universities must work together to ensure a healthy ocean ecosystem for generations to come. While we face real challenges, I believe we can build a modern, balanced Canada and create good jobs without sacrificing our environment. The path to achieve that goal should be guided by the best science and research possible. I commend CCORU for prompting this report and urge members of this House and all Canadians to take its findings very seriously.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir Frederick Banting has been recognized as a great humanitarian, a Nobel Prize winner, a gifted artist, the discoverer of the formula for insulin, and if I may say with huge pride, a great Londoner. You see, Mr. Speaker, it was on October 31st, 1920, that Frederick Banting woke up in his home in London, Ontario, and wrote out the formula for insulin, which has given hope and quality of life for millions around the world. On November 9th, we celebrate World Banting Day to mark the discovery by this amazing man. And, Mr. Speaker, it is also appropriate during Veterans Week that we honor Sir Frederick Banting, the soldier. I was personally privileged, along with my dear friend Darrell Skidmore and Banting House Museum curator Grant Maltman, to raise more than $80,000 in a matter of days to patriate Banting's Memorial Cross from public auction. This is a medal his family received when he died in service of our country. I am proud that it is now properly displayed in Banting House in London, Ontario. And colleagues, I would ask you to join me in honouring a great Canadian and humanitarian who has given so much in the service of mankind, Sir Frederick Banting, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I've stood in this House before to recognize the contributions Cape Breton men and women in uniform have made, going above and beyond the call of duty to defend our country and help liberate others around the world. With the Remembrance Day on the horizon, our veterans are taking a stand against this government's decision to close 9 offices across this country. This Saturday, I'll be attending a rally with many of my colleagues to protest the closure of our Sydney Fair's office, this will leave more than 2,900 veterans with no in-person service. Mr. Speaker, veterans like Ron Clark in my riding, who suffers from PTSD, is worried about his fellow veterans across the country who are going to lose the help of compassionate, caring workers like Brenda Liblon in our local Veterans Affairs office. Brenda knows Ron's story. Ron has tried the 1-800 numbers, the apps. They just do not work. When our men and women risk their lives for our peace and prosperity, the least we can do is take care of them when they come home.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Kirk Kells.
Mr. Speaker, last month my father lost his fight with cancer. He had colon cancer, which had then spread to his liver and lungs. He fought the disease bravely but had discovered it when it was too advanced. Like too many other Canadians, my father had not been screened for colon cancer. Over 9,000 Canadians die every year from colon cancer. It accounts for 1 in 8 for all cancer deaths. But many of these deaths need not have happened. Colon cancer is slow-growing and highly detectable, and 90% preventable if detected early. But like my father, nearly half of those diagnosed find out too late. Everyone 50 and up should be screened. I urge all Canadians to be vigilant and get tested regularly. If not for you, then for your family. Do not make the same mistake my father made.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize the work carried out by the Canadian Association of Real Estate Inspectors. Among the association's objectives is the creation of a national standard regarding the qualifications of inspectors and the quality of the work carried out by all of Canada's real estate inspectors. The association also seeks to obtain the transferability of certification across the country. These measures, as well as awareness campaigns, would guarantee better protection for consumers. The measures also aim to protect Canada's real estate stock by ensuring that buildings are safe, sanitary, and in decent shape. The association's concerns are in line with those of the NDP, which has been calling for a national housing strategy. The NDP has been calling for such a strategy for a long time, but our bill, which would have guaranteed the right to decent, accessible, and affordable housing, has been rejected by the Conservatives. Some of the association's members are on the Hill today, and I wish them the warmest of welcomes.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend, Conservative delegates overwhelmingly supported a resolution that rejects the normalization of prostitution and declares that human beings are not objects to be enslaved, bought, and sold. Prostitution itself is a form of violence and sexual subordination. It is demeaning and dehumanizing. No amount of money can justify reducing a woman to a mere object of sexual pleasure. Any society that accepts this exploitation of women as legitimate can never hope to eradicate gender inequality and violence against women. Mr. Speaker, our sons need to know that it is not manly to objectify women in any way, and our daughters need to know that they are treasured far above rubies and can never be for sale. Buying sex is not okay. It should be criminal, and we should go after the Johns and pimps who drive this human market.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to Roman Sarauer. Roman was born August 9, 1921, and grew up near Anaheim, Saskatchewan, with his parents and 9 siblings. In 1942, he bought his own farmland near St. James, Saskatchewan, but his farming career was interrupted by World War II and service for the Royal Regina Regiment. After training, he served in Suffield, Alberta, where they were experimenting with blister gas. Early in 1945, he left for overseas, spending a year in England, Holland, Belgium, and Ireland before returning home. In July of 46, he married the lovely Dolores Maymar, and together they farmed and raised 9 children. Eventually, his son Leslie began to farm with him, and in 1980, Roman and Dolores moved into Anaheim. Roman continued to help out on the farm until his 90th birthday. He enjoyed curling and still enjoys playing cards and visiting. His only sadness is the loss of his beloved Dolores in 2009. Roman Sarauer, the people of Canada thank you for your service, for being willing to go and willing to give.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
On behalf of the NDP, I wish to salute all men and women in uniform that have served our country in the Canadian Forces.
Since I am the only sitting female MP who served in the forces, I would like to take a moment today to recognize all of the women who have chosen to serve our country with as much courage as any other soldier. I would also like to recognize the fact that Canada was one of the first countries to open all positions within its forces to women.
Speaker, let me finish by remembering our fallen women of the 21st century. Master Caporal Crystal Gisbrecht, 34 years old. Major Michel Mendez, 30 years old. Caporal Karen Blais, 21 ans. Gunner Ariel Keys Oliver, 19 years old. Captain Nicolas Kathleen Sarah Goddard, 26 years old. Captain Julianne Mackenzie, 30 years old. N'oublions jamais, lest we forget.
Bravo! Bravo! The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, November 6th has traditionally been declared as 4-H Day. 4-H is one of Canada's longest-running youth organizations. First created in 1913, 4-H began as the Boys and Girls Club. Today, 4-H is an international youth organization involving more than 7 million members in 80 countries. Our government has supported 4-H Canada. We understand the important role young farmers play in Canada's agricultural industry, and we continue to support the work of 4-H to help them cultivate another century of success. Under Growing Forward 2, we are making a $3 billion investment in innovation, competitiveness, and market development in the Canadian agriculture sector. This includes a continued investment in supporting new and beginning farmers, as well as our 4-H partners. 4-H has continuously helped youth make a better world, and I encourage all of my colleagues to proclaim November 6th as Show Your 4-H Colors Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the 2013 Shine the Light on Women Abuse campaign kicked off in London on November 1st. The goal of this month-long campaign is to raise awareness of the abuse of women in our communities by turning towns and cities and even regions purple. In the City of London, the Purple Wave is bathing 30 buildings in purple light this month. Purple is the color of courage, survival, and honor. Women in abusive relationships often feel trapped. Their homes are no longer safe places. Women need to know that any shame or blame that they may feel does not belong to them, but to their abusers. I invite all Canadians to show their support in the fight to end violence against women by wearing purple on November 15th and throughout the month of November. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 25th anniversary of the Ottawa Sun newspaper. As an Eastern Ontario MP, I can say that this newspaper has been vital to the people of this great city and this region over the many years. I look forward to my daily read of this newspaper. In its coverage of federal politics, it's unmatched, both in its writing, research, and focus on the concerns of ordinary Canadians like the many readers of this newspaper in my riding of Leeds Grenville. On this special day, we would like to wish a happy 25th anniversary to the Ottawa Sun. Cheers to many more years of great reporting ahead.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is Family Doctor Week in Canada. Family doctors are the first point of contact with a patient in the healthcare system. Every day, they diagnose, treat illness, promote disease, prevention and good health, coordinate care, and advocate for their patients. Surveys show that family doctors enjoy the highest level of trust because of the quality and continuum of care they provide from cradle to grave. Family docs know their patients well and are involved in every aspect of their lives. Today, as part of their advocacy role for better patient care, the College of Family Physicians issued a report card on the federal government's performance in healthcare. The government failed or fared badly in 22 out of 23 areas, concluding that the federal government must provide leadership, establish national standards and programs, and is failing to do so. Family docs are urging this government to work with provinces and territories to improve health care, and it's time this government listened.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, last spring it was discovered that the member from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, said First World War veterans fought a capitalist war on the backs of workers and peasants. End quote. There is no demand for a retraction from the leader of the NDP, even after veterans themselves called the comments outrageous. Then yesterday, that same member supported the White Poppy campaign and didn't see why defacing the Canadian poppy was a bad idea. Terrible. Again, there is no demand for a retraction from the NDP leader. I guess we know why that member and the NDP votes against so many veterans programs and benefits. I call on the NDP to get its priorities straight and stand up for Canadian veterans. Get with it. When will the NDP leader discipline this member for his shameful behaviour and apologize to our veterans?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives at all levels are finding new ways to mess up damage control. They took the Senate expense controversy and, in trying to quiet it down before their convention, instead blew it up all over the front pages. Throughout the scandal, the Prime Minister won't answer for what's going on in his office, won't answer for his changing stories, won't answer for the actions of his appointees, and of course, now the RCMP are knocking at the door of the PMO looking for evidence. And then there's Conservative Rob Ford. Mayor Ford is doing his best to make the Prime Minister's crisis management look good. First, his brother is sent out to blame the police chief. Then, the mayor admits to smoking illegal drugs. And later, instead of doing the right thing, the troubled mayor launched his re-election campaign. All in a day's work for the Conservative damage control machine. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better and Torontonians deserve better.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with this House a letter that our government received just a few weeks ago from the family of a veteran. Quote, "It is my sad task to report the passing of my father at age 91. My dad was a Royal Canadian Air Force sergeant who served from 1939 to 45. Over the years, Dad received the financial support for hearing aids and eyeglasses he so badly needed and for the help to keep him in his home as long as possible. We ask that you pass along our fond regards." It is Canada, Mr. Speaker, that thanks his father for his service to our country. While he has now slipped the surly bonds of earth, you can find solace in the fact that we will remember and honour his service. Absolutely. And as one part of the RCAF caucus with my seatmate from Edmonton Centre, we salute your father and say per ardua ad astra.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to pretend that Nigel Wright acted alone, but the $90,000 check to Mike Duffy was just the tip of the iceberg. Others knew about the plan to have the party pay, and even more knew about the offers to whitewash the Senate report and keep Mike Duffy in the Senate. There's a culture of cover-up and corruption in the Prime Minister's office. When is the Prime Minister finally going to come clean?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Mr. Wright has been very clear. He undertook these particular actions using his own resources, his own authority, and his own initiative. Mr. Speaker, he has taken responsibility for that and is being held accountable. I also note, of course, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate last night held the 3 senators who have systematically disregarded or violated spending rules accountable, and we congratulate them for taking that action.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister know about the plan to use Conservative Party funds to reimburse the illegal expenses of Mike Duffy. No weasel words, yes or no. Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, my clear view on this was that Mr. Duffy's expenses could not be justified. He had claimed expenses he had not incurred, and that I had told him, including telling him directly, that he should repay those funds. Was later told that he had. That, of course, was not true, and that is, of course, one of the reasons why the Senate has acted as it has, and we congratulate them for that action.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I don't know what it is that makes the Prime Minister so afraid to answer such a straightforward, clear question. Jenny Burns travaillait au...
Jenny Byrne worked for the Conservative Party, but the Prime Minister brought her back to his office to manage the Senate expenses scandal. Was Jenny Byrne aware of the plan to repay Mike Duffy's expenses using Conservative Party funds, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, without proof, the Leader of the NDP is making allegations against people. Clearly, Mr. Wright acted alone and accepted responsibility for that. He is being held accountable for his actions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, Mr. Speaker, it was a simple question. It was a crystal clear question, and it could have been answered with yes or no. Once again, we're seeing stonewalling on behalf of the Prime Minister. Was Irving Gerstein the chief fundraiser for the Conservative Party aware of the plan, yes or no? The scheme to repay Mike Duffy's expenses using Conservative Party money, yes or no?
To answer the question, I just want to remind members that there have been many speakers' rulings about the clear delineation between party activity and government activity. I just hope members, as I heard it, it seemed mostly to deal with party business, but I'll let the Right Honourable Prime Minister answer.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the NDP is trying to blame people for actions of others.
The facts here are absolutely clear. Mr. Wright has been very clear on all of these matters. He has taken full responsibility for his actions, and he is being held accountable. As we expect, Mr. Speaker, in this party, we hold people personally accountable for their actions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, perfectly clear, this is about a cover-up in the Prime Minister's office. This is government business. This is the public's. Did Senator Gerstein approve the plan to use party money to repay Duffy's illegal expenses when he thought that the cost was just $32,000? Is it a question of principle or a question of price?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Remind you once again that as soon as I became aware of these facts, we made those facts available to the public. And Mr. Speaker, to suggest we all know the party did not pay Mr. Duffy's inappropriate expenses. He was supposed to pay those himself. Indeed, he claimed he had paid those himself. He had not, and obviously for that reason, he was no longer a member of our caucus and has been further sanctioned by the Senate as is appropriate.
The honourable member for Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, this House will vote on a motion that would compel everyone involved in the PMO ethics scandal, including the Prime Minister, to testify under oath. I am sure every single Conservative MP would agree with their former colleague from Edmonton St. Albert that their constituents want answers. Will the Prime Minister allow a free vote so Conservative MPs can express the will of their constituents tonight?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, I guess, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party had its chance in the Senate last night to demonstrate some kind of accountability. Of course, what the Liberal senators did is exactly what we would expect, as they've all through this defended the rights of senators to do whatever they want to do, whether they're within the rules or not. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberal Party exhibited the culture we've come to know from that party, which is the culture of being entitled to your entitlements. On that side, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we expect people to follow the rules.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard time and time again across this country, Canadians are disappointed that the strong voices elected from their communities have turned into the Prime Minister's voice in their communities. So in the vote tonight, will the Prime Minister allow his MPs to speak up for their constituents, or will they participate in this cover-up?
That's it! The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Liberal Party were indeed listening to Canadians, he would know that Canadians did expect those senators who broke or systematically disregarded expense rules to be removed from the public payroll. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party didn't do that, with one exception. Liberal senators, in fact, would have allowed the senators to continue without any sanction whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, the vast majority of Conservative senators felt otherwise and have imposed that sanction.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gerstein was aware of the Duffy affair. He still has his job. The people in the Prime Minister's office implicated in this business were simply moved elsewhere. Canadians from across the country want their members to express their desire to know more about this. So, for the third time, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister allow his members to vote freely on the motion this evening to get to the bottom of this story and to reassure constituents who are listening?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the voice of Canadians has been heard very clearly. They want senators who accepted inappropriate expenses to be taken off the public payroll. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party voted to keep these senators in their positions. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Conservative senators, they voted in favor of these harsh sanctions.
Leader of the Opposition.
Nigel Wright has told the police that Irving Gerstein approved the original plan to pay back Mike Duffy's illegal expenses using party money. Gerstein told the Conservative Convention this weekend that he dismissed the idea out of hand. Both can't be true. Did Senator Gerstein lie to Conservative Party members?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the decision to repay Mr. Duffy his inappropriate expenses was Mr. Wright's decision. That's a decision he took himself, that he's taken responsibility for, and obviously the actions of him and Mr. Duffy were not accurately communicated to me or to the Canadian people. And, Mr. Speaker, that is where the responsibility lies. That's where it is lie, and they are being held accountable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, the word lie does apply, but one of those two versions has to be a lie. Mr. Gerstein can't be telling the truth, and Nigel Wright. Exactly. The question was, did Gerstein approve the plan, yes or no? And as usual, the Prime Minister refuses to answer.
Exactly.
So let's talk about legal expenses. Of the legal expenses the party did cover for Mike Duffy, the Prime Minister's office says the party was assured the invoice was for valid legal fees related to the audit process. What legal work was done relating to the audit process?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, that's a matter of party business, not of government business. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the facts have been made very clear on that. The political parties do provide legal support to their members of Parliament of both houses from time to time. The leader of the NDP should be no stranger to this. He not only has claimed legal expenses from his party, even succeeded in getting his party to pay court damages against him for a court case that he lost. Mr. Speaker, I know of no parallel to that in our party.
The leader of the opposition.
Est-ce que le parti...
Did the Conservative Party repay legal fees for other senators subject to exactly the same audit process? This question deals with party activities in the question. It started off with, did the Conservative Party? It's not the Prime Minister's responsibility as Prime Minister. I see the Right Honourable Prime Minister on his feet to answer the question, but I hope that all members will recall the principle that questions must deal with government business. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we all know full well, the decision to provide legal assistance to MPs or senators is a decision made by a political party. For these expenditures, if it wasn't a decision of the government. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was, why one and not the other? Let's look at another example. The Prime Minister said it is clearly inappropriate to try and collect travel expenses when one is living at a residence he or she has not had for many, many years. Carolyn Stewart Olson admits she charged her expenses to taxpayers for a home she lived in for decades before becoming a senator. Why is it appropriate in her case?
The Senate has made very clear it is looking at the expenditures of all senators, but the Leader of the Opposition once again makes broad-brushed allegations against all kinds of employees and senators. I have no information that would corroborate what he says, but obviously, Mr. Speaker, we will see what the final findings of the audit of the Senate are.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has anyone from the Prime Minister's office discussed the investigation of Rod Zimmer's expenses with Conservatives in the Senate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of what that discussion would be. I understand this particular member is no longer a member of the Senate, but is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, although this is Senate business, it's my understanding that the Senate is examining during this Parliament the expenditures of all senators, past and present.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Who in the Prime Minister's office is in charge of briefing senators before they speak to the media? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, clearly the Prime Minister's office provides media advice to members and senators. But, Mr. Speaker, members and senators are constitutionally responsible for their actions and their words. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. From time to time, who rehearses the questions with senators? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Starting to really have trouble figuring out what any of this has to do with government business. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, if anybody breaks rules, they are held accountable. We don't accept that in this party, and we hold people accountable when they take actions they shouldn't take.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Taxpayers pay for it. It's in the Prime Minister's office. But what does that have to do with the government?
Exactly.
S'il est vrai.
Now, if it's true that the Prime Minister had lost confidence in Nigel Wright on May 15th, How is it that his office issued a vote of confidence in Nigel Wright 2 days later, May 15th? Those two are irreconcilable. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wright accepted responsibility for his action. He took that action with his resources. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, his actions were unacceptable. Mr. Wright admitted that, accepted his responsibilities, and he is being held accountable for his actions.
Leader of the Opposition.
Today, the province of Saskatchewan is taking the first step towards Senate abolition. Why is the Prime Minister, just like the Liberal leader, defending the status quo for the Senate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, this government has proposed since the beginning reforms to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it is the NDP that has opposed any reforms to the Senate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is actually right now before the court arguing that the NDP governments that we should make Senate abolition virtually impossible to achieve. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the status quo in the Senate, the NDP is not the solution. It is part of the problem.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to come clean on the Wright-Duffy affair. The Prime Minister's mouthpiece claims he wasn't aware of the RCMP investigating, quote, anyone currently in PMO, unquote. But of course, the PMO staff involved in this scandal have been promoted. The Natural Resources Minister's new Chief of Staff, Chris Woodcock, allegedly wrote the cover-up script for Mike Duffy. Can the government confirm whether Mr. Woodcock has been contacted by the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, as we said right from the beginning, we'll continue to cooperate with authorities on this matter. Mr. Wright has been very clear who he brought into his confidence on this matter. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of those Conservative senators who supported this motion yesterday. And, of course, Liberal senators did exactly what we expected them to do, fight for the status quo in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister just said, the Liberals will always fight for their entitlements, but they'll never fight for taxpayers.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I regret that I didn't get an answer to my question, so let's try again. We're talking here about the guy who allegedly instructed Duffy to lie, something this Parliamentary Secretary appears to condone. Has Mr. Woodcock had contact with the RCMP in any way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, I'll speak much slower so that he can understand me, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with the authorities on this matter. Mr. Wright was very clear who he brought into his confidence on this, Mr. Speaker. If only the Liberals, though, would have actually supported taxpayers and those Conservative senators and actually voted to suspend these three senators. I'm very proud of the fact that Conservatives on this side of the House and Conservatives in the Senate will always stand up for taxpayers.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, instructing someone to lie to cover up the Wright-Duffy agreement could constitute a criminal offence. Chris Woodcock was advisor to the Prime Minister, his Mr. Clean. Now he's been promoted to Chief of Staff for a Minister. Was Mr. Woodcock contacted by the RCMP, or did he proactively provide documents or email?
The Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Continue to work with the authorities in this matter. And as I have said on a number of occasions, Canadians have said loud and clear they wanted accountability in the Senate yesterday. And unfortunately, Liberal senators once again let them down as they're fighting very, very hard for the status quo are the Liberal senators. But again, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, and of course our senators, our Conservative senators in the Senate, did Canadians proud yesterday by suspending these three senators without pay, Mr. Speaker, and standing up for taxpayers.
And the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are failing on one of the most important issues for Canadians, health care. The College of Family Physicians of Canada released their report card evaluating 5 key areas. This Conservative government failed. They failed on access to primary care, failed on home care, failed on children's health care, failed on funding, and failed on overall leadership. That's the verdict of family doctors across Canada.
Shame.
So when will this minister stop failing and end the growing healthcare crisis?
Hear, hear.
Government is committed to a strong, publicly funded healthcare system. In fact, our government has provided stable, predictable funding to the provinces that will reach a record $40 billion by the end of the decade. We're focused on working with the provinces and territories on innovative solutions to ensure the healthcare system is sustainable and delivering the care that Canadians need.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Mr. Speaker, what the Parliamentary Secretary has forgotten to say is that the government is putting all these costs on the backs of Canadians. The College of Family Physicians of Canada has slammed the federal government regarding its healthcare services. The Conservatives have failed to make healthcare accessible, especially in rural areas. It has failed to establish a pan-Canadian strategy for health and adequately fund research. The Health Council, the wait time allowance have denounced these problems. Can the minister explain? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is the single largest investor when it comes to research. We funded over $1 billion. Our government is committed to supporting innovation and research that improves the efficiency of the healthcare system and helps Canadians maintain good health. We're also investing in key areas mentioned in the report, including in health human resources, in health information technology, and in other pan-Canadian priority areas such as cancer and mental health.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Let's stay in the Department of Conservative Mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, too many soldiers with combat injuries are being released before reaching the 10 years they would need to qualify for a pension. This serious problem has been brought up a number of times here in the House, but the minister keeps claiming there is no problem. Can the minister stop putting his head in the sand and make the commitment that these soldiers will not be returned to civilian life before getting their pension?
The department makes every accommodation to ensure that soldiers are kept in the forces and provided with the best possible care before being considered for release, Mr. Speaker. I cannot comment on the specifics of any particular case, Mr. Speaker, but I will say with respect to pension eligibility that it's based on long-standing terms and determined by how much accrued time each individual has accumulated, Mr. Speaker. That has not changed.
Member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, in a question last week, the minister clearly said in terms of Corporal David Hawkins that everybody is released from the military when their time is ready, when they seem fit to leave. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, in Corporal Hawkins' case, that is not the truth. He had a grievance filed against the Defence Department, and in the middle of that grievance, he was let go before his 10 years. Mr. Speaker, it's clear this government is trying to balance its deficit in the Defence Department on the backs of our injured heroes. So my question, Mr. Speaker, it's too late for David Hawkins right now, but for the other 200 every year that are medically released before their 10 year, will the ministry now put a stop to this process and ensure the heroes of our country get the benefit they so richly deserve?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the department will continue to work with all those individuals to prepare them for transition, Mr. Speaker. But I wish this honourable member would address the question as to why over all these years he and his party continue to not support and fight us on all the millions of dollars that we are putting towards ill and injured Canadian soldiers. Why doesn't he answer that question for a change, Mr. Speaker?
Member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this place with a question for the Minister of Veterans Affairs. At a time when some are trying to tear away at the honour that we should be demonstrating to Canadian veterans, our government and the Minister of Veterans Affairs remains focused to remember those who have given their lives in the service of our country.
Yes, we are.
Would the Minister of Veterans Affairs please update this House on how he plans to remember Canadian veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and for far too long, the Korean War has been the forgotten war. Successive governments have brushed aside complaints by Korean War veterans that Canadians simply didn't know their sacrifice or their remarkable accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, not this year. This can be said no longer. Our government has spent 2013 working with members of Parliament, members from the other place, veterans associations, and indeed foreign governments to right this wrong. As Remembrance Day approaches, I call on all parliamentarians and Canadians to learn about and remember those who fought so bravely in the Korean War.
The honourable member. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, the courts have struck down parts of Budget 2012. The Conservatives' unilateral changes to social assistance in Mi'kmaq communities targeted Canada's poorest citizens, and the Conservatives couldn't even say who their changes would affect. So will the minister admit his mistake and abandon his plan to gut social assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
The court has rendered a decision yesterday, and we are in the process of reviewing the decision, and once it is reviewed, we shall take a position on it.
Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are attacking some of the most vulnerable people in the Aboriginal communities who are already experiencing abnormally high poverty levels. Instead of consulting the Aboriginal communities or doing impact studies, the minister waited until the federal court blocked the changes he wanted to make to the social assistance program. Does the minister acknowledge the errors, and will he comply with the decision of the federal court? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just indicated to the member's colleague, there was a ruling yesterday by the federal court, and we are reviewing the decision, and we will make our decisions as a result. The Honourable Member for Drummond. In the record book of bad policies, here is one that is attracting increasing attention here in Canada and around the world. Yesterday, the United Nations published a report on global greenhouse emission trends. The Conservatives received special mention. They are the main laggards in the fight against increases in GHGs. It is time to apply the polluter pay principle. When will the minister introduce his proper targets for reducing GHGs? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken actions to address climate change. We introduced a new emission regulations for vehicles, and we're the first major coal user to ban construction of traditional coal-fired power plants. Thanks to our action, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals. Wow. We are accomplishing this without the NDP carbon tax, which would have raised the cost of everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Come on, Mr. Speaker. The only thing under this Conservative government that we're leading at is failing on acting on climate change. This report, one of the authors said, quote, Canada doesn't seem to fully grasp the risk that climate change poses to it in its approach to climate change. And that last answer is a perfect example of not grasping the situation. When will the minister start paying attention to science and actually take action on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking actions on climate change. We contributed $1.2 billion to developing countries so that they can reduce their carbon emissions and adapt to changes. We are also a founding member of a major financial contributor of an international coalition taking actions to reduce pollutants like black carbon. We have also made addressing these pollutants a priority under the Arctic Council chairmanship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I spoke with Corporal Glenn Kirkland, who was in Afghanistan and seriously injured in a rocket attack that also killed or wounded fellow soldiers. His fight for the honourable treatment of our veterans is the latest chapter in his story of bravery. Will the Prime Minister make two commitments for our honoured veterans? will he ensure that no soldier injured in combat is involuntarily discharged from the forces before they qualify for their pension? And will he reverse the closure of 9 veteran service centres in communities like Sydney, Kelowna and Brandon?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, the department works with those individuals, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they are ready for the transition into civilian life, Mr. Speaker. Nobody has made this more of a priority than this government, Mr. Speaker. And I have to ask the honourable member, after a decade of darkness when Liberals did nothing in this file, why is it only about a week before Remembrance Day that they discovered this file, Mr. Speaker? We make this a priority 52 weeks of the year. That's the difference.
For Papineau.
Yesterday, I spoke with Corporal Glenn Kirkland, who was seriously injured in Afghanistan. His fight for honourable treatment for veterans is just the most recent chapter in his story of courage. Can the Prime Minister make the following commitments for our veterans? Can he ensure that no soldier injured in combat will be involuntarily discharged before receiving a pension? And will he overturn the closing of 9 service centres for veterans in Windsor, Thunder Bay, Brandon and elsewhere? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Give our thanks to Corporal Kirkland, indeed all those men and women who have served the Canadian Armed Forces, and the message that I have for them is that after a decade of darkness, they now will experience a decade of delivery under this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, people in Montreal and on the South Shore are increasingly concerned about the consequences of a future toll on the Champlain Bridge and wonder how much this toll will cost. Once it is in place, how much traffic congestion will there be on other bridges? Can the Minister finally answer our questions about this? Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I will be pleased to repeat, no toll, no bridge. We want to meet the needs of the people of Greater Montreal. We want to also take into account the needs of taxpayers and their ability to pay across the country. We are going to look at 13 different scenarios for the engineering and architectural work on the bridge. We are working on this. The Honourable Member. This is still more troubling because the Minister can't give any answers, but more troubling is that his government has sidestepped the rules, its own rules. $50 million have been given to the Arup firm without any call for tenders. And that means cronyism and corruption. Not only is there no international competition, but why has the government decided not to follow the competitive rules? The Minister. Well, there have been issues that we've been dealing with. We've recently had a report. Bachlan Taylor prepared a report. We have a number of concerns that came out of that we took very seriously, and Public Works has worked very carefully with Transport Canada, and obviously we're looking at how they will vote once we get to that on the order paper.
Elder abuse is a serious crime that should not be tolerated. Horrible. Starting today, Canadians across the country will recognize National Senior Safety Week. This year, the focus will be on raising awareness and preventing financial fraud amongst older Canadians. Financial abuse, one of the many forms of senior abuse, deprives seniors of their dignity and peace at a time of life when they should feel safe and secure. Can the Minister of State for Seniors please tell this House what our government is doing to help tackle financial abuse?
Great question. Great question.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Elmwood, Transcona, for that excellent question. Any form of elder abuse will not be tolerated by our government. That is why we have passed legislation to ensure tough sentences for those who have take advantage of seniors. We have increased funding for New Horizons, which deals directly with financial abuse. We have also increased the availability of information and resources to help abused seniors and their families. And we are working together with the provinces and territories, with organizations and with individuals in order to continue our work in tackling elder abuse.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
On Monday, a fishing vessel en route from St. Anthony to Triton, Newfoundland, became engulfed with flames. 3 Gulf fishermen had to evacuate the ship after making a Mayday call. That call was received by St. Anthony Coast Guard Radio and St. John's Coast Guard Radio, both of which government has slated to close. It was the element of local knowledge and coordination that allowed for a successful rescue operation. And I ask the government today to admit that slashing search and rescue services is putting lives of people at risk. Will more people have to die before you reverse those decisions?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Private Citizen Terry Ryan and the other private citizens who responded to the call. I also want to thank the Canadian Coast Guard, Canadian Forces personnel, to being involved in this rescue, which saved 3 people, thankfully. The fact that a private vessel responded after a Mayday call was issued by both the burning vessel and the Canadian Coast Guard, and they were first on site, is an example of how the Mayday system works well, Mr. Speaker. The closest vessel headed out to the disaster. The Mayday was issued at 6:20 a.m., and in 9 minutes, a Hercules from Greenwood, a Coast Guard ship in Lewisport, and a helicopter out of Gander were tasked with responding.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is now investigating Regina's International Performance Assessment Centre for alleged fraud and breach of trust. The federal government gave $4 million to IPAC towards research on carbon capture and storage. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been aware of these problems for some time. Have they been contacted by the RCMP, and what actions are they taking to recover any misspent taxpayer monies?
The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Well, thank you to my colleague for her question, and it's my first time answering her in her role as critic to the Western economy, one of several in her caucus. But on this matter, this matter is before the RCMP, and we will not comment further.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, the oil sands creates hundreds of thousands of jobs in communities right across Canada. Of course, you notice the Conservatives clap for that, Mr. Speaker, because our government knows that Canadians benefit from resource development, and we have been clear that the Keystone XL project will create fantastic jobs for Canadians and tremendous growth in our economy. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House on the work the Minister is doing to support Canadian jobs and add to Canadians' quality of life?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca, for that great question. The Minister of Natural Resources is in Washington today advocating for Canadian jobs in our resource sector. The difference between our approach and that of the NDP could not be more stark. While our government is focused on creating jobs and economic growth for Canada, the NDP attacks Canadian jobs. While we support Canadian workers, the NDP continue their anti-trade, anti-development and anti-resource agenda.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-les-Mille. Mr. Speaker, indirect research costs severely penalize Canadian universities. By reimbursing only 21.5% of these costs, the Conservatives are jeopardizing the university's ability to balance their budgets. The more grants they obtain, the further they go into debt. In Quebec alone, the result is $113 million of underfunding every year. Will the Minister of Industry improve the program to have it cover 40% of these costs as planned in 2003? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains committed to science, technology, and innovation, and this is why we are consulting our various institutions to reassess this program because we want to spend taxpayers' money well. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, after the Quebec government, the municipalities of Greater Montreal, the South Shore Business Community, now 61% of residents in the Montreal region have rejected the federal government's toll on the future Champlain Bridge. The political lieutenant for Quebec is once again isolated. Rather than impose his views and sidestep the contracting rules that the government has put into place and that we are hearing about in the Charbonneau Commission, when will the government really sit down and stop working alone? The Minister. Since 2011, when we launched the process to build a new bridge across the St. Lawrence River, we've had 55 meetings between Transport Quebec and Transport Canada and also people from Montreal. When the day that we announced there would be a new bridge, we announced there would be a toll and that we would have public transit on the bridge. So this is not a surprise. We have to do it because they don't understand.
That concludes question period for today. On the occasion of Veterans Week, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of some of our war veterans, namely Mr. Bill Black, a Korean War veteran, Mr. Wayne McCulloch, a peacekeeping veteran, Mr. Jody Middick, an Afghanistan War veteran, and Mr. John Jack Caldwell McLean, a Bomber Command veteran. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Senator Sean D. Barrett, a distinguished senator from the Republic of Ireland. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Before the statements, right? There have been consultations between the parties. Therefore, before the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs rises to make a statement, I would invite all honourable members to rise for 2 minutes of silence to commemorate our veterans. statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by first recognizing the important anniversary we are observing this year. On July 27, 1953, a ceasefire was finally brokered on the Korea Peninsula. With the beginnings of the Korean War armistice, two bitter foes agreed to put down their weapons. 60 years later, we still remember the more than 26,000 Canadians who served courageously on land, at sea, and in the skies during some of the most brutal and bloodiest fighting of the Korean War. Approximately 7,000 Canadians continued to serve there after the fragile ceasefire was reached. And as we sadly remember, 516 brave Canadians made the ultimate sacrifice so that the world might one day know peace. Despite all of this, Mr. Speaker, the Korean War has long been viewed by many as the forgotten war. And that is why our government sought to correct this wrong by making this year, 2013, as the year of the Korean War veteran. Mr. Speaker, we all respect the official record of this place. Every word we speak in this House is captured indefinitely by Hansard. And this is why, at the end of my speech, I will table in both official languages a list of every Canadian who perished in the Korean War. I do so with the hope that all Canadians will know the names of those who made the ultimate sacrifice, that their names will be enshrined in Hansard for future generations to come. It is truly an honor to rise this afternoon to deliver my first Veterans Week statement as Canada's new Minister of Veterans Affairs. At the outset, I want to thank the Prime Minister for the privilege of serving Canada's veterans and their families, of serving those who have served our country so bravely and so well. Our men and women in uniform have an incredible sense of duty and commitment to service above self. We recognize the toll their service takes on their families, the extra responsibilities and duties their loved ones assume on the home front each day, the constant fear that comes with not knowing how your loved one is doing or even where they are. This reality is unique to our military families, and as I salute them for their contribution, I ask all Canadians to do likewise. It is these realities, Mr. Speaker, that have motivated me to stand in this chamber today to thank all of our military families for sharing their loved ones with us. We truly are a grateful nation, and we remember fondly the devotion and the sacrifice of the men and women who have chosen to demonstrate their love of country by wearing the maple leaf. Mr. Speaker, I've been privileged to travel far and wide to meet with some of our veterans and to see the respect and gratitude that they have earned around the world. And even more profoundly brought home to me, time and again, is the sense of altruistic patriotism shown by the veterans themselves. Proud, honourable, and distinguished Canadians, past, present, and no doubt future. Truly the best Canada has to offer. I cannot tell you how proud I felt to be a Canadian when I accompanied our Korean War veterans on their return visit to the Korean Peninsula in July. Let me also assure you, South Korea is a nation that continues to honour and remember the great sacrifices of the Canadian men and women who protected their freedom some 60 years ago. I felt equally privileged to be with Canadian veterans and Canadian Armed Forces personnel in Sicily to mark the 70th anniversary of Operation HoC and the Italian campaign that liberated my native Italy from the tyranny and oppression of the day. Just as importantly, I've been meeting veterans and their families here at home, in their own communities, from coast to coast, in places like Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, London, and Sarnia, in Fredericton, Halifax, Charlottetown, and Vancouver. These men and women, as well as their strong and supportive families, represent the very best of what it means to be Canadian. Mr. Speaker, it is tempting to say that we are a fortunate people, or to believe that fate has looked kindly upon us. But Canada did not become a great nation by accident. This prosperous and democratic country we love, this way of life we hold so dear, is owed in large measure to the generations of men and women who have courageously stood up and put themselves at risk to defend our shared ideals and our values. They have stood up for Canada, for our core beliefs of democracy, human rights, and respect for the rule of law. They have stood up for a caring and conscientious, peace-loving people. And that's why we are here today. We appreciate that Canada is a precious gift made by some of those, or many of those, who have served and continue to serve at home and abroad, on land, at sea, and in the air. We are their heirs to a peace, security, and a quality of life that we can never take for granted. And, Mr. Speaker, we never will. And so this Veterans Week, we come together as a proud nation to honour the more than 2 million Canadians who have worn our nation's uniform during times of peace and war, and to remember the 118,000 brave men and women who have paid for our freedom with their lives. Mr. Speaker, whether these profound memories and personal reflections, the sacrifices, are in any way those that we contribute today, be they in Europe or elsewhere, where our soldiers are buried, the cenotaphs or services of remembrance, Canadians will never forget. One such profound reminder recently was at the Royal Canadian Legion General Wingate Branch 256 in Toronto, honouring the sacrifice of Canadian Jewish World War I heroes, during which Mr. Murray Jacobs, past president, captured the significance of the day, and he said something that was reflective of the weather, the temperature, and the climate conditions that we were there under. And he said, "We are reminded that the rain is really teardrops as we remember our fallen brethren." Mr. Speaker, that is our history, our proud military heritage that even predates our nation itself. This is who we are. It is a history that our government is proud to honour, revere, and commemorate. Mr. Speaker, next year we will be commemorating the 100th anniversary of the beginning of the First World War and the 75th anniversary of the beginning of the Second World War, as part of our plans leading to the celebration of Canada's 150th birthday in 2017. We are determined to ensure future generations of Canadians never forget the people and events that shaped our nation, that they never forget the terrible loss of life or the scale of the devastation, the destruction and the sacrifice and the trauma that the tragedy of war brings. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed regrettable that after all these years, we still cannot claim world peace in our time. A new generation of Canadian men and women have instead known the horrors of modern-day war, modern-day fighting during the Afghanistan and also the Libya campaign. Canadians are still serving in the cause of peace and freedom, from Cyprus to the Golan Heights to the Sudan and the Congo. They are continuing to serve in the proud traditions of those who came before them, defending Canada with honour, courage and distinction. Mr. Speaker, as we return to our communities, as we await with great anticipation the return of the final group of personnel from Afghanistan, and as we prepare to gather as one of our local cenotaphs and memorials, I ask all Canadians to make this Veterans Week a time of reflection and gratitude, a time to remember those who we owe so much, those who sacrificed, those who have given us so much, and we can never fully repay, those upon whose shoulders this and future generations of Canadians stand. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget. Thank you.
honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to congratulate the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and the government for their kind remarks on this being Veterans Week. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight some names of veterans and their families throughout this country that have given so much. These are not only Canada's heroes, but some of them are my personal friends. Major Dan Gagnon, who served so bravely in Rwanda. Major Tom Wilson, who retired after 36 years of valiant service to his service. Between the two of them, they have 72 years of proud military tradition in the Canadian military. Lily Snow, Helen Rapp, Nicola Goddard, Louise Richard, and Nicola Payne, the ultimate sacrifice. These brave women who have served their country, Mr. Speaker, side by side the men who served so bravely in all the wars and conflicts that Canada has been entered. People like Murray Brown of the RCMP. We must not forget about our RCMP and their families, Mr. Speaker, who serve so bravely, not only international, but at home as well. Great people like Medrick Cousineau and his campaign for service dogs. Michael Blais with the Canadian Veterans Advocacy, Sean Brea and their advocacy, the Royal Canadian Legion, and many organizations out there, Mr. Speaker, that advocate not only on remembrance of those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, but those that are still with us. Also like to mention Mr. Peter Leahy of the International Transport Workers, who are going over to Liverpool on November 10th to lay a wreath on behalf of all seafarers and merchant mariners throughout the world, Mr. Speaker. And I also like to congratulate Mr. Nathan Greenfield, an author who wrote a fantastic book called The Forgotten, where he writes about prisoners of wars and those who escaped the various conflicts when they were in prison in terms of World War I and World War II. But one person stands out, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ed Carter Edwards of Smithville, Ontario. He is now 95 years old, and I swear, Mr. Speaker, if Canada was at war tomorrow, he'd be the first one to sign up. He was in Bomber Command, Mr. Speaker, that was shot down over Europe. He and his colleagues were in the Buchenwald concentration camp, which went against everything of the Geneva Convention. Somehow, Mr. Speaker, he ended up surviving to tell us the story of what happened today. And recently, at a book signing, Mr. Speaker, he was at the Armory in Ottawa, and he told a whole bunch of new officers of the Canadian military his tremendous experiences of what he went through. And, Mr. Speaker, you could have heard a pin drop. This is one of Canada's truly national heroes. He's about 5 foot tall, but as tough as they get, Mr. Speaker. And I personally want to salute Mr. Ed Carter Edwards on behalf of all of us in the House of Commons and of all Canadians for his tremendous fighting spirit and his tremendous effort in reminding all of us of what the price of war is all about. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the Government of Canada for making this year the year of the Korean veteran. And we'd like to say to all those who served in Korea and their families that the Korean War is forgotten no more. And I'm very proud that the Minister presented the names of the 516 into Hansard today, Mr. Speaker, so that all Canadians will be able to look upon these names as true Canadian heroes, and all of those, Mr. Speaker, that served and sacrificed and that were injured and eventually came home. But, Mr. Speaker, we truly won't be able to have peace in Korea until those two countries, North and South, become a unified country. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that all of us will be alive when that gracious day comes. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Leader of the New Democratic Party and all of my colleagues from coast to coast to coast, we say to each and every veteran and their families that have served, that are going to serve and will become veterans in the future, there is a gravesite in Brussels from World War I that says very clearly when the individual had passed away, the family came over and put this on the gravesite. It said, "This Canadian left his home so that you can live in yours." And as a Dutch-born Canadian, and I know the Minister is from Italy as well, we know all too well the liberation of what the Canadians have done so that our families and our countries can be free. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us, we say God bless to our veterans, to their families, and may God have mercy on the souls that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm truly humbled to be able to speak on behalf of my leader and the Liberal Party of Canada as we honour the men and women who've answered the call to serve their country. And a lot of them are here today, and we need to recognize them, as well as a lot of them are in our midst as members of Parliament. Throughout our history, young Canadians have enlisted to fight for freedom in faraway lands. They've answered the call to serve in 2 world wars, the Korea War, as peacekeepers and as peacemakers. They've left home, their mothers, fathers, sisters and brothers, their sweethearts, and their wives and children. They've gone to fight for freedom and justice. They've gone to fight for those who are oppressed and persecuted. They've gone to keep warring sides apart and maintain shaky peace treaties. They've gone to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. I cannot imagine facing what each of them has faced. I cannot imagine the rush of adrenaline as they face the enemy or come under fire. I cannot imagine seeing their comrades being killed or wounded. And I cannot imagine the horrors they've witnessed. In 1914, young Canadians from across the country enlisted to fight in Europe. By the end of the First World War, 619,636 Canadians had gone to war. George Harold Baker, a member of this House of Commons, was one of the 66,000 who did not come home. With the blood of our soldiers, Canada won its place at the treaty table. Unfortunately, the war to end all wars did not end all wars. So once again, between 1939 and 1945, 1.1 million young Canadians went off to war, and 45,400 did not make it home. 54,000 Canadians came home with physical wounds, and countless others came home with psychological wounds. Between 1950 and 1953, 26,791 Canadians served in the Canadian Army Special Force in Korea. 1,516 young Canadians did not come home, and 1,042 were wounded. Since the Korean War, more than 1,800 Canadians have fallen in the line of duty. They were serving on peacekeeping missions and other foreign military operations, on domestic operations and training. This 158 Canadians who fell in Afghanistan are included in this number. Others have returned home with physical and mental wounds. These men and women exemplify the best of what it means to be a Canadian. Strong, caring, compassionate, with a sense of justice and a willingness to defend and protect the weak and the helpless. In 2005, I had the privilege of visiting 2 DART camps, one in Sri Lanka after the tsunami and one in Muzaffarpur, Pakistan. In Pakistan, I watched as a young Canadian doctor spoke to an injured child in their own language. I heard of doctors and medics who put on their boots, strapped their medical supplies to their backs, climbed the mountains, and delivered medical care to those who were injured to make it to the DART hospital. In 2006, I had the opportunity to go to Vimy Ridge and saw the soaring monument to the 3,598 Canadians who lost their lives during that 4-day bloody battle. I saw the landscapes that still bear the scars of the exploding cells. I saw the trenches where our soldiers lived and died. And at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month each year, we remember those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. However, every day of the rest of the year, every time we see a veteran or a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, we should stop and take a moment to shake their hands and say, "Thank you for your service. We're in your debt." Lest we forget, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière-Alma. Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is the occasion for each and every one of us to remember that we are indebted to our veterans and to their families. It's our duty to make sure that future generations are aware of the history of those people who put their country's interest before their own. We have to remember that without the sacrifices of veterans in the 2 great wars, our democratic life would not be what it is today. As well, we must recognize the extraordinary courage of our military personnel today, some of whom have lost their physical and mental health defending our values. It's our collective duty on Remembrance Day to honor soldiers, their families, to ensure that what they've accomplished is remembered. For nearly 100 years, we've been commemorating this day, which is dedicated to the memory and solidarity of our veterans and their families. The poppy is a symbol, a Canadian tribute, just as a cornflower is a French symbol, two colors in the trenches of the time, blue and red. People in my region have a special relationship with Remembrance Day. We remember the departures and the returns that tug at your heart and that are heart-wrenching as well. Each day I run into people who have some kind of link with the military base at Bagotville, which is in my region, links with these soldiers who leave for other countries. Each day when I see the joy in the faces of children, I realize and become more aware of the sacrifices that soldiers and their families make, the courage and the bravery that they show. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor today to join in paying tribute with the other parties to the citizens of Canada who have made sacrifices.
Where these poppies are, we are supporting financially the work of the Royal Canadian Legion. And I want to publicly thank the Royal Canadian Legion for the amazing work they are doing. They are providing much-needed assistance to our veterans in post-traumatic stress disorder assistance. They are providing housing. They are stretching themselves to meet needs. And I am deeply indebted to them for their work and encourage people to remember to wear the poppy, and when one falls off, to be sure to put more money in the box before you pick up your next one. This is important work they are doing. En nom de Parti Vert, nous sommes...
On behalf of the Green Party, I want to say that we are very much aware of the sacrifices that soldiers must make in order to defend our Canadian values.
Go to war. We can think of their sacrifices, and on days like this, and indeed on weeks like this, we pay homage. But we have, I think, as non-combatants, the very real risk of trespassing a line between honoring the fallen, remembering and honoring their sacrifice, and glorifying war. We know that those who have served and those who have been in battle will be the last ones who would ever want us to do that. One of my closest friends is someone who participated, fought, and served in the Second World War. Despite an age difference, I can say that I feel that I'm one of his contemporaries, although he is 92. Farley Mowat served in the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment, known as the Hasty Peas. And in his book, And No Birds Sang, he recounts in grim, evocative detail what it was like in the Sicily campaign. He speaks of that period and says, quote, "I came back from the war rejecting my own species. I hated what had been done to me, what I had done, and what man does to man." It is in that spirit that we should all recommit ourselves to find the way forward to peace. And in doing so, do it in the name of every son, brother, father, mother, sister, and child who's gone to war without coming back. We do it to say that we are committed to a path to peace, knowing that it's not an easy path, and knowing that we do it to honor those who've sacrificed so much so that we have the liberty to try. La paix demeure.
Peace remains an achievable dream, but we must work hard to achieve it.
You gathered today in one of those days when we are joined, truly joined in spirit and in purpose. We say, never again, lest we forget. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting its participation at the 32nd Parliamerica's meeting of the Board of Directors and the 10th Plenary Assembly in San Jose, Costa Rica in August 20th to 24th, 2013. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Nash, seconded by Madame Boutin-Sweet, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a National Day of the Midwife. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a private member's bill entitled An Act Respecting a National Day of the Midwife. I'm very pleased to be able to present this important legislation, and I would like to thank my NDP colleague from Hochelaga for seconding this bill and for supporting efforts to promote midwifery and maternal health in Canada. Mr. Speaker, access to quality maternity care close to home not only contributes to maternal and newborn health, it strengthens communities and it strengthens our families. Just yesterday, my NDP colleague from Vancouver East, the official opposition health critic, and I hosted a panel on maternal and child health in Canada. And we heard repeatedly about the vital role midwives and midwifery services play in the maternity care system in all provinces and territories of Canada. Midwives provide safe, accessible, cost-effective services and quality health care. They are key to decreasing infant mortality and morbidity across Canada, including in rural, remote, and Aboriginal communities. Mr. Speaker, the International Day of the Midwife is observed in over 50 countries around the world. Declaring May 5th as National Day of the Midwife in Canada will increase public awareness of the contribution midwives make to our communities. This week, the Canadian Association of Midwives is holding their annual national conference here in Ottawa. It is the perfect opportunity for us to recognize the essential role midwives play in ensuring a continuum of care throughout pregnancy, birth, and beyond, for the health and welfare of mothers and their babies. And so I encourage my colleagues on all sides of this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Nash, après Madame.
Ms. Nash, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? Okay, at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Allen, Tobic-Mactaquac, seconded by Mr. Kerr, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act, Unlegislated Tax Measures. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to table my private member's bill today to amend the Financial Administration Act for unlegislated tax measures. This bill would amend the Financial Administration Act to provide that the Minister of Finance table each year a list of tax measures in respect of which the government publicly announced its intention to legislate and in which has not been legislated. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the bill is to ensure tax laws are more clear, improve the efficiency of implementing those tax laws, and assist the taxpayer in understanding of those tax laws. In short, Mr. Speaker, it will help to address the many problems created for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, tax professionals, and in fact the Canada Revenue Agency that result from a huge backlog of unlegislated tax measures. I want to thank the member from West Nova very much, a former provincial finance minister, for seconding this bill, and I ask for the support of all the members of the House to make sure this has happened for tax fairness across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Allen, Tobic-Mactaquac, seconded by Mr. Kerr, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate bills. Première lecture de projet de loi intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table two petitions on behalf of constituents in Guelph who are concerned about the
Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. Petitioners are concerned about domestic changes to Canadian sub-federal procurement rights, copyright, telecommunications, and cultural rules, the delivery of postal services, banking, and financial regulations, as well as investment protections. My constituents are asking that the Government of Canada exclude sub-federal governments and their public agencies, including municipalities, from any Canada-EU procurement agreement or procurement chapter within the agreement. They are also calling on the federal government to hold nationwide consultations on the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to present a petition from constituents on my riding. It's to regulate Canadian mining companies operating abroad.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in this place to present a petition from thousands of Canadians who say that measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning and ensure the responsible conservation and management of sharks. And they call upon the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition on climate change, our most pressing environmental issue and perhaps the defining issue of our generation. It will profoundly affect our economy, health, lifestyles, and social well-being. It requires moral responsibility and intergenerational responsibility. How we will respond will define the world our children and their descendants grow up in. The petitioners call for the government to table a comprehensive climate change plan, commit to attaining the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that it has supported internationally, and contribute its fair share to fill the megaton gap, the shortfall between existing mitigation commitments and the emission reductions necessary to prevent dangerous climate change.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petition, the honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to introduce 3 petitions, 2 on health care. People want our public health care system maintained. We want to have proper transfers of funding to the provinces to do that. And the 3rd deals with obtaining documents for tax purposes. People who are older especially need their tax documents in writing. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition to support Développement and Épée, which is an organization. We have increasing problems with lack of respect shown by Canadian mining companies around the world, so Paix et Développement would like to have an ombudsman.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from people in British Columbia that are concerned about Kinder Morgan and Enbridge's pipelines, which would result in a greatly increased number of tankers on the West Coast, including super tankers, which have not been there before. They're concerned about the movement of oil, that spills are inevitable, the tar sands materials are toxic and virtually impossible to clean up, and that would be devastating to local industries, including tourism and marine ecosystems. And so they would like to see a permanent ban on crude oil tankers on the West Coast to protect fisheries, tourism, coastal communities, and natural ecosystems. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Great.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Charlevoix-Hautechamp. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition to introduce to amend legislation to have equal numbers of men and women on the boards of directors of federal organizations.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today with a petition from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, from Salt Spring Island, from Main Island, from North Saanich, and from Sydney. They are calling on the government to heed the advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and put in place a national affordable housing strategy. In particular, I'd love to draw attention to the Minister of Finance to the request to reform the tax treatment of the building of rental housing units. In the past, we used to have incentives for developers. We need to bring those back and create the full spectrum of affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great pity. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Kingston and the Islands, there are chunks of the city where Statistics Canada has suppressed data on things like jobs, employment, and housing condition because the data quality is not good enough. So I have a petition from my constituents which calls upon the Government of Canada to respect the right of Canadians to have access to good statistical information, citizens as well as legislators, and asks the government to adequately fund basic research and free scientists to speak openly on all taxpayer-funded research apart from subjects with legitimate national security restrictions. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed also? Yes? Oui? Agreed and so ordered. I
would like to inform the House that because of the minister's statements, we will have an extension of 25 minutes.
Ordre du jour. I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, that in relation to Bill C7, an Act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Glover, that in relation to Bill C7, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third stage reading of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a question period for 30 minutes.
Honourable members who wish to participate in the 30-minute question period perhaps to rise, and from that point we'll decide how much time we'll allot to the period. Okay. That being the case, we'll look to those putting questions to perhaps guard their interventions to around 1 minute, and we'll have sufficient time to get each of the people participating. Questions? The Honourable the Honourable
Not yet.
House Leader for the Opposition.
You're getting ahead of yourself. It's not 2015 yet. 57e fois, Mr.
The 57th time, Mr. Speaker. This is the 57th time since the election that the Conservatives have taken this step. The incredible thing is that this is almost the number of senators that were appointed by this Prime Minister. There were 59 senators, I believe, that were appointed by the Prime Minister.
Today, Mr. Speaker, is there are so many quotations from current Conservative ministers and from the Prime Minister himself when they were in opposition railing against this very tactic. My challenge is to choose which one is most appropriate. So let's take one from the Prime Minister. Quote, we have closure today precisely because there is no deadline, there are no plans. Instead of having deadlines, plans and goals, we must insist on moving forward because the government is simply increasingly embarrassed by the state of the debate, and it needs to move on. Sound at all familiar to the situation that we have here today? The Prime Minister was then complaining about the governing Liberals. We have the government moving this time allocation in such a way as if they hope to normalize the situation of shutting debate down in Canada's Parliament would somehow be a good and normal practice. Why it's not. They shut down debate on their own. They shut down their debate on this bill previously before they prorogued. Now they're having to do it again because they prorogued and killed this legislation in the last Parliament. Enough's enough, Mr. Speaker. When's the Conservative government going to realize that a little democracy is a good thing? It looked good on them if they actually allowed the House of Commons, Canada's Parliament, to do its job and hold this government to account.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is the first time that I am on my feet as the new Minister of Canadian Heritage, I would like to thank all of my colleagues who will work with me to make sure that we honor our museums, arts and culture, and all Canadians who work so hard to make Canada the best country in the world.
The questions put to me by my colleague from the NDP. Time allotment, of course, has been something that he continues to harp about. However, we must remember that this is a bill that was introduced in the spring. It is a bill that is widely supported by many people in this industry. It's also supported by many Canadians. And I just want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, for those who happen to be watching, that this bill has received significant consultation. It has received significant attention, including approximately 15 hours of debate, and there have been approximately 52 speakers. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations done by the museums that were very important, and I'm hoping that I might actually get another question from my colleague across from the NDP, because I know he wants to know what Canadians had to say to the museums when responding to this consultation. So I'll sit down and hope that he asks that all-important question.
Question. The Honourable
Questions
for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is actually for the government House Leader. I think it's important that we recognize that there has been never in the history of our country where we have seen a majority government of any sorts here in Ottawa that has brought in time allocation as often and as frequently as this particular government, Mr. Speaker. We need to recognize that when you bring in time allocation or this form of closure, you're preventing debate inside the House of Commons, limiting individuals to be able to share their ideas, their thoughts, whether it's criticisms, whether it's whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker. And the issue is that the government continues now well over 50 times since it's formed this reform/conservative majority government, that they feel that the only way they can pass legislation is through time allocation. When is the government House Leader going to start negotiating in good faith with, in fact, all opposition House Leaders and the House leadership team so that we can bring back some normalcy back to the House of Commons? This is not the way to be dealing with legislations. Canadians would not approve, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, also from Winnipeg, where I'm from, for that question. However, he's probably asked that question himself 3 or 4 dozen times. I'm not entirely sure why. He doesn't want to talk about Canadian history, about the fact that we're creating a museum, that will talk about our identity. Winnipeggers strongly support this bill. They strongly support this government. That is why we have a majority of Manitoba members coming from the Conservative side of this House. In fact, he is the only Liberal member in Manitoba, and I appreciate working with the member, but I would appreciate hearing what his constituents want to hear, which is how this museum is going to help them. And the way it's going to help the people of Manitoba is we are going to have the ability to actually share exhibits. Thanks to this new bill, we will be able to see the Manitoba Museum bring exhibits from the Museum of History to Manitoba so that all of his constituents and all of my constituents might be able to enjoy them. We will also be able to allow the Manitoba Museum and others to exchange exhibits and bring them to the national capital. So in respect of those Manitobans who are watching, I'm very excited to have this bill before the House today. I hope that the honourable colleague will in fact support it so that Manitobans in his riding, in my riding, and all ridings of Manitoba will be able to enjoy these artifacts that make us who we are, the proudest of all Canadians.
I would remind honourable members that most of the questions during this question period on the motion go to the opposition. But from time to time, we can also have a government side question. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to have a chance to ask my colleague questions. In fact, she says that we are supposed to be asking about the museum, but this is a debate about the time allocation motion. We only have a few minutes for this, and then we will deal with the bill itself. She says that there is a lot of support for this, but I can tell you in my riding there is not unanimity about it. This is the 57th time, as has been said, that we've had time allocation. And when I look at the legislative agenda, there is practically nothing. It's not like we had 26 bills waiting for us and that we had to hurry. The government House leader seems to be saying that this is just a tool to organize our time, but in fact there is nothing on the agenda. When we have a bill dealing with a museum and we have closure imposed, we have a new minister who doesn't want to even hear what we have to say. So I don't understand this. I would like the minister to answer our question, why do we have a time allocation motion on this kind of issue when we're talking about having a new description for the museum? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. The answer is quite simple. We have listened to Canadians. Canadians want to have access to this museum that will talk about Canadian history, Canadians' identity, that is so close to Canadians' hearts. So I would like to encourage my colleague. I feel she is a friend, and I would like to inspire her to listen to Canadians. Canadians were aware of what we were going to do last summer. We had spent a number of hours of debate on the bill, and we did consultations, and Canadians were massively in support of this. This museum will celebrate the history of our country. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you for recognizing me, Speaker. I appreciate it. One of the things I found, there's 2 points or 2 points to this question. The first is, it's fascinating that we've spent over 20 hours debating this bill over the last number of months, countless hours at committee, research that was done. Over 20,000 Canadians filed online a response to the question of what did they think the museum should be about, were they supportive of it, and I'm shocked that instead of coming into the House of Commons to talk about Bill C-7, whether it was second reading, whether it was here today, the opposition doesn't even ask about the museum, Mr. Speaker. But thousands and thousands of Canadians have already stated what they believe the museum should be, what the museum should do. The second point, Mr. Speaker, is that not when they finally do spend a little bit of time speaking about the bill, all they do is misinterpret what the bill says and try to take folks down a completely wrong road that doesn't exist
and actually misrepresents what the bill says and what is actually going to happen at that museum. So what I say today, Mr. Speaker, let's give the Minister the opportunity to tell Canadians exactly what the truth is about the Museum of History.
Well, Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague, of course, for his passion about this new museum. Canadians know very well that this government supports the history of this country with tremendous passion and tremendous dedication. This museum is going to allow Canadians from coast to coast to coast to celebrate with us all of the historic moments that we are missing. Right now, the museum has a need for renovations, a need for updating, and this bill will allow this museum to actually live again and to be in the present and to celebrate the past with Canadians from coast to coast. I might add, Mr. Chair, that there was one thing that happened yesterday we haven't been able to mention. If you would just indulge me, I do want to take a moment. I'm very pleased to congratulate Lynn Cody, who is this year's winner of the Scotiabank Giller Prize for her short story collection, Hellgoing, who one day may be part of our Canadian History Museum.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, since this is about shutting down debate on a motion, I don't think it's right that we have people filling up time with all other manner of things, avoiding the fundamental debate at hand, which is the shutdown of our ability to speak in this House. This is what we need to be speaking, and I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to keep that in mind, because this is about our democratic rights as members.
Order. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. We have been down this path before on these types of periods, debates, where these time allocation motions have been debated. I ask and actually remind honourable members that the actual subject, the bill of which the time allocation motion is the subject of, invariably does become part of the debate in these, because members use the elements in the bill to argue their points either in favour or opposed to the very motion that is before the House. So it is very difficult to separate the two, but I'm cognizant of the member for Timmins James Bay's intervention in this regard, and we'll listen carefully to make sure that we keep the questions in front of the House pertinent to the question at hand. Questions. Honorable Député de Haute-Gaspésie,
the member for Haute-Gaspésie, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the government is using what it calls an exceptional measure. That is, it is imposing closure, which is going to take away our opportunity to debate an important measure. Now, the government would normally impose closure in exceptional circumstances, but once again, by using this measure for the 57th time, the government is rejecting democracy by taking away the right to debate of parliamentarians on an issue important to democracy. So the question raised earlier by the MP as to why the government is imposing closure again, the answer is simple. They want to make history by imposing closure in an abusive way in the interest of their museum of propaganda. The minister has said openly that this new museum, in fact, it's not a new museum, the museum already exists, so why create a new museum when the current one is filling its mandate? So it's all very well and good to renovate the museum, but the minister and the government are clearly trying to influence history and are creating a museum of propaganda. The Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague, but I completely disagree with what he has said about democracy. And on this side, the government is continuing to move forward with bills which are in the interest to Canadians and Quebecers. So, with this bill, we are moving forward with a name change and a change in mandate. This means that a new museum will see the light of day. Our history museum will talk about Canada's identity, Canada's history, and the events which are making us proud as Canadians today. So I would invite my colleague to celebrate with us, to stop saying that 20 hours of debate in the House and in the committee are not enough. 20,000 people were consulted. That is plenty. I would invite members to move forward with us in the creation of this Museum of History.
For Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister began by saying that this was her first time rising in the House to speak as the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and I wish I could congratulate her on that. But, Mr. Speaker, what an inauspicious start to begin with this discussion and have to rise to defend the 57th motion to restrict debate in this House, which means, Mr. Speaker, that 40% of the government's legislation has been shut down with time allocation motions. Now, as my colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, there was a time when this government seemed to respect the principles of debate and democracy in this place and held those values and that practice high. And in fact, they left quite a trail of words in the official records of this place, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to quote from this minister's predecessor as Minister of Canadian Heritage. When he was in opposition, he said, Mr. Speaker, here we go again. And I would editorialize, Mr. Speaker, to say, here we go again, long before 57 times. He carries on, this is a very important public policy question that is very complex, and we have the arrogance of the government, that being the Liberal Party at the time, in invoking closure again. When we look at the Liberal Party on arrogance, it is like looking at the Grand Canyon. It is this big fact of nature that we cannot help but stare at. End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, this party, the NDP, is not prepared just to stand and stare at these things. We will pursue a compelling reason for this minister to shut debate down on this issue once again. So I ask the minister, is there some compelling reason to have to shut debate down and violate the principles of democracy in this place once again?
For Canadian Heritage.
I have to say that democracy exists thanks to the government that is standing before you here today. Democracy and also protection. Protection of our citizens. This is the government that continues to listen to the concerns of Canadians. And when I talk about protection, I'm so glad that this government has moved forward and ensured that our streets and our communities are safer, thanks to some of the bills that we saw in the last Parliament, that moved forward to ensure that our children are protected, that our women are protected, that our Aboriginal people are protected. Were it not for this government reacting to our democratic rights in the way that would protect our communities, those groups would today still be at risk. The NDP wants to stand in the way of protecting those people. I will not, and I will continue to push forward, as Canadians have asked me, to make sure that this Museum of Canadian History is put in place so that they can celebrate who we are, what we are, and what we will always be, proud Canadians.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by congratulating my colleague on her new appointment as Minister of Heritage. I'm quite sure she probably did not intend to suggest that it's due to the current administration that we have democracy in Canada. We have democracy in Canada thanks to centuries, actually, of Westminster parliamentary tradition, to the basic principles that government exists and is only legitimate by consent of the governed, that Parliament is supreme, and that in Westminster parliamentary democracy all members of Parliament are equal. And that's why motions like this are so egregious. I don't blame her in particular for this. It's become, as we've heard from other colleagues, the constant pattern to shut down debate. And I think it is wrong, and I think we do need to re-examine it. And I wish that those members on the opposite sides of this House would say to the political masters sitting inside PMO, enough. We want full debates. We want to respect members of Parliament on all sides of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank my colleague for those kind words of encouragement. And I do want to agree with her as well. It's a long history here in Canada that we have of parliamentary procedures that have evolved from exactly what she said. That includes democratic principles like time allotment. That includes what we're doing here today, listening to Canadians and pushing forward what Canadians want to see us push forward. They do not want to see delay for the sake of delay, which unfortunately is the opposition's plan and their strategy every time we try to bring forward something that Canadians have asked for. I will not allow delay for the sake of delay to interfere with what Canadians want. I will continue to push forward and hope that they will join us in celebrating Canada's history with this new museum's name.
Here, here. Question. La députée de Louis.
The member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will begin my intervention with a quote which was made on September 21st, 2001. It's unacceptable that the government impose closure. It sends the wrong message to Canadians. It tells Canadians that the government is afraid of debate, that it is afraid of discussion, and that it is afraid to have to publicly justify the measures it took. A former colleague of the minister said this, namely Vic Taves. So what I don't understand from what the minister has been saying is that she's saying that the museum is currently not doing a good job. It's as if she's blaming current museum authorities, and she's saying that they're not doing a good job. So my question to the minister is as follows. Does the minister blame the current work on the people who are running the museum? The Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not at all. We have great respect for what the conservationists of the museum are doing. Allow me to answer the question with a quote from the President and CEO of the Canadian Museum of Civilization. He said, and I quote, "We are also pleased that this government recognizes the essential role preservation plays in the history of our country and in our national identity." This was said by Mark O'Neill, and it means that he agrees with the fact that we should give the museum a breath of fresh air. He is very hardworking, and I would like to thank him for his outstanding work. And I thank him on behalf of the Government of Canada, and I'm looking forward to working with him on the measure before us today, the creation of the History Museum.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue before us today is the fact that we have a government that shows absolute contempt for the role of the Westminster tradition. We heard it from the minister herself, who said she wasn't going to allow what she called debate for debate's sake. I know that my Conservative colleagues don't understand or perhaps aren't interested in the Westminster tradition, but we are called here to debate. We have a mandate from people who vote for us. They have contempt for the people who vote for us because they say that they know what's good for Canadians, so they don't want to waste time debating. If they don't want to waste time debating, then they should leave the Westminster tradition. That is what we do, Mr. Speaker. So I hear the anger and the shouting, Mr. Speaker, the contempt that they show because they're not used and want to respect a tradition that has hundreds of years behind it. So they can be bullies and they can shout and they can insult us. But our role is to debate. So once again, they're telling Canadians that the role of this Parliament is interfering with the work of this Prime Minister and his little cabal who are trying to run this country.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to this member, and we all know that this member likes to get the headlines in the papers, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. I'm here for Canadians. I'm here to follow the rules that are in place. For the member to pick and choose which rules he thinks are democratic and disregard those that are in the Westminster system, like time allotment, for his own purposes, I think is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, for him to insult Canadians' intelligence by changing my words up, when I said delay for the sake of delay is outrageous, exactly. I think is frankly, it's unfair. And that is the reputation that member continues to put forward. I will not do that. I will tell the truth. I will not spin. And I'm going to do what Canadians want, and that is to rename this museum the Canadian Museum of History.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, want to congratulate my colleague on her appointment as Canada's new Minister of Heritage, and I wish her every success in her role, and I'm sure she will excel as she does in all that she has done in her parliamentary duties here since she's been first elected, representing the great people of St. Boniface, Manitoba. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the concerns that colleagues opposite have repeated on several occasions regarding this particular time allocation. What I didn't hear from them, however, was why 57 hours of debate is not enough time. They're speaking as if this thing came up, a few minutes ago, and now all of a sudden we're asking for a vote on the legislation. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is simply this. Why is it important that after having heard exhaustive 57 hours of regurgitated speeches from members opposite, saying the same thing and the same thing and the same thing over, why is it important for the government to take some action, bring it to closure, and have a vote?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, put very simply, so that we can get on with the business at hand, which is to rename this museum so that Canadians from coast to coast to coast can allow us to celebrate our Canadian history with them. It will allow us to focus on what has happened in the past to make us the greatest country in the world. It will allow us to focus on why we do the things that we do as Canadians, because there are events in our history that make us who we are, that have led us down this path to being the Canadians that we are, that have led us down this path to respecting one another, to having a rule of law that we follow and that we respect, to being the people of this Parliament, the people that Canadians are watching today, who will lead them into the future, concentrating on their asks. One of their asks is that this change of name occur so that we can get on with the business of the day and allow them to celebrate and to share these exhibits from coast to coast to coast.
Question. La députée de...
The member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague whether her notion, her idea of democracy, because she spoke of democracy earlier, I would like to remind her that it's been 57 times that the Conservatives have ended debate. So they imposed closure on 40% of their legislative agenda. In 2002, in March of 2002, Jason Kenney said, and I quote, "The decision of the government to prevent MPs from speaking on issues of national interest, such as the budget implementation bill, is another regrettable evidence of the growing disdain for the government with regard to parliamentary democratic traditions." I would like the member opposite to explain what parliamentary democracy means to her, especially when closure is imposed for the 57th time.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La démocratie...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary democracy means to follow the rules. And what we're doing here is clearly following the rules. What's more, we want to meet the needs of Canadians. We listen to them. 20,000 Canadians were consulted with regard to the museum. We also debated the matter here in the House. The committee studied the issue. So hours and hours of debate and discussion were spent on this issue, including consultation. So really, we want to move forward with the bill. It's time to give Canadians and Quebecers what they want. We want to move forward with the Museum of Canadian History to celebrate our past, to celebrate our culture with the museum, which will make us even more proud and which will acknowledge the accomplishments of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have time for a brief question. The member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to put a question to my colleague. I would like to congratulate her as well for her appointment. When she dreamed of becoming a minister, I wonder whether the first thing she would do as a minister in the House of Commons would be to impose time allocation, to limit debate. So it's quite fascinating because all we want is more time to debate the bill, and yet they are telling us they want less time to debate the bill. So are they serious or not? If they want to have a serious debate on the matter, why impose time allocation? They want to move this forward as quickly as possible. A little earlier she said that we don't want to debate the bill, but that's quite the opposite. That's exactly what we want to do. Can she explain this? The Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his words. The debate has been carried out, consultation has been carried out, and the majority of people who spoke to this change to the museum have clearly stated that they want this museum to move forward quickly. And in fact, we've disappointed them. This bill was introduced in a previous session by another minister, and we spent hours and hours on this matter, and the opposition has not wavered in its position. It doesn't want to budge, but Canadians want to move forward. We want to celebrate Canadians' history. So now we are moving forward, and we are giving Canadians their dream. We are making it come true, and we are moving forward as fast as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands in respect to the environment. It
is now my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put the motion to a vote.
The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mrs. Glover, moved that in relation to Bill C7, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill.
And at 15 minutes before the end of government orders, that another day be allotted for third reading of the bill, and that any deliberations before the House be interrupted under this order, and that further, every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Does it please the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea!
Those who oppose, please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mrs. Glover, moved that in relation to Bill C7, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Leach. Mrs. Glover. Mr. Fentino. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukat. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Fast. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Troupe. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Gould. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Carey. Mr. Kemp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Kent. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reid. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Anders. Mr. Albus. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Braid. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Gauguin. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Gill. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Leung. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Adams. Mr. Watson. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Hahn. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Cranford Edward Hastings. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Warawa. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Allen to McMactaquack. Mr. Brown Berry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Gettypool. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Aspen. Mr. Butt. Mr. Chisu. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hillier. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Leeson. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Totes. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Young Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer. Ms. Crockett. Madame Bateman. Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Del Mastro.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair. The Sims Newton North Delta. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harrison Johns East. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Martin. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Diane-Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government business. Comments. Resuming debate at the third reading stage of the Bill C7, Canadian Museum of History Act.
Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Longueuil, Pierre Boucher.
The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, well, here we are. We know that the government does not want to debate anymore the creation of its new museum. The executive power has imposed its will. It's unbelievable. A government wants to create a national museum no matter what by cutting off the opposition's debate. This has never been seen before. That is to shut down debate with regard to the creation of a cultural good.
Order. Order. We've moved on to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, has the floor. So if members wish to carry on conversations, I'd suggest they do so outside of the chamber, not across the aisle from each other. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as I said, never have we seen this kind of strategy, strong-arming the opposition and ending debate on the creation of a new museum. In fact, this government has made Parliament the appendage of the federal body, and it makes one absolutely livid. In fact, the Conservatives are shoving a museum down our throat, and they are asking us to trust them. They are about to close down the Museum of Civilizations, and they want us to believe that the new museum will be just as popular and accessible and visited and apolitical as the previous institution was for the last 20 years. The Conservatives are asking us to trust them and that the museum will not be under the influence of the government, this government which has a passion for historical themes, at least when they are presented in 30-second clips. They are asking us and asking Canadians to close our eyes and to simply follow from behind. We have reason not to trust them. We know the Conservative stance on the independence of Crown corporations. This government has interfered in many areas, and they have done so particularly through Bill C-60. It is important that museums be independent and autonomous, but the government is already deeply involved in the internal workings of this museum. They are asking us to trust them. They've told us they've consulted experts such as historians and archaeologists, but these people have told us that they have not been consulted. The Conservatives are asking us to trust them, to trust the Government of Canada, which claims it protects our national institutions such as Parks Canada, the National Library and Archives, institutions which the Conservatives have emptied in the last 2 years by removing the experts and researchers. 4 out of 5 archaeologists do not work for Parks Canada anymore or for our national historic sites. This type of behavior is stunning, and yet the Conservatives are asking us to trust them. They're asking us to trust that they will create an independent museum which will not be influenced by the government nor its content. However, we have serious doubts about the interference which is practiced now within the Museum of Civilizations. So we really don't trust this government. This bill was not an initiative either from the museum or academics. The minister at the time told us in committee that it was his idea. This is what he said in committee. And this was in May of 2011. And then an announcement was made at the museum by the minister, and the museum's employees were not allowed to be close to the minister who was making this announcement. And after all this, the public was finally consulted, including historians, archaeologists, and museum experts. Really, it was doing things backwards. The Conservatives have said that we have the gall to oppose this bill even before it was tabled in the House, but that's not true. The reality is that when they tabled their bill, they had already made changes. They had already closed and dismantled the Canadian Postal Museum, and they had already decided what they wanted to do with the Great Hall of History. Lastly, the legislative process was simply an irritant for the government, a bump on the expressway they were moving down on in the creation of this new museum. So now let's talk about consultations. We're not the only ones to think that the government is not interested in anyone's opinion on this bill. The president of the Canadian Society of Anthropologists, Lauren Holyoke, told us that this museum and the government had made no effort to carry out consultations with professionals of the field, including historians and anthropologists.
And I quote, "The meetings on the new museum that have been convened to date do not meet the definition of true consultation, a formal discussion between groups of people before a decision is made. The public meetings held last fall were brainstorming or awareness sessions, but not actual consultations.
National associations of historians and archaeologists said the same thing. They were not consulted either. We asked the CEO of the museum to voice his opinion on the issue, and the member for Hochelaga asked him whether the experts working for the museum had been consulted, to which the CEO replied, "We did not ask Canadians whether the mandate of the museum should change."
We did not ask Canadians if they thought that the mandate should be changed. That's the president of the museum speaking. Once again, there is a profound credibility gap between what the government has been promising us and what has actually happened at the museum. It is very difficult for us to put our support, and it's impossible for Canadians to put their trust, we all know that, in a process that has not been straightforward. This process has not been an open one, as it could have been. This is a question of credibility for the government, and it's a question of trust for us. J'ai été clair.
It was clear for everyone that the consultations were about a fait accompli, something that had already been decided. Not even the mayor of Gatineau had been consulted. He was invited to the announcement and learned at the same time as everyone else, and he was quite surprised at what was happening. And so he was asked his opinion about something which was already happening.
For First Nations and for the Japanese Canadian community. Last June, a group of First Nations decided to visit the Museum of Civilization to see an important artifact that is on display in the existing Canadian History Hall on the 5th floor. I actually encourage my colleagues to see this massive, very impressive exhibit. They came to see the Nishga Girl, a fishing vessel built by Canadian Japanese boat builders, unjustly confiscated by the Canadian government during the Second World War, and then donated to the Museum of Civilization by one of the hereditary chiefs of the Nisga'a First Nations. First Nations visitors arrived at the museum in June to see the boat that they had donated, and they discovered it was gone. It has been sent up to storage, and the museum was about to get rid of it. That mistake caused a huge amount of anger for First Nations and for the Japanese Canadian community. We brought this up at the HoC, and the parliamentary secretary of the Prime Minister was very delicate, as always, and he called it storage. The Museum of Civilization has since apologized personally in Winnipeg to leaders of both communities and has promised to return the boat to the museum's exhibitions. This is what happens when you don't consult. This is what happens when politicians try to draw their own museum exhibits, and it's what happens when the people at the top think that consultation is not important. Il me semble finalement.
Lastly, it seems that the government is not trying to change the Museum of Civilization because there's enough history, nor because there's enough representation on the part of the First Nations, or for any of the reasons that they've mentioned in the House. It might be because the Conservatives are not happy with the version of history presented, which is based on archaeology, on culture, on community, the history of trade and exchanges, the history of buildings, and the history of the continent. In fact, it is not a politically profitable version of history. Basically, we are dealing with a problem of credibility and trust. We cannot trust this government, which has not missed a single opportunity to exaggerate history to its own political advantage. It has not consulted with experts, which could have taught the government a lot about history. We cannot trust a government which has spent $70 million on advertising for the War of 1812 during the Super Bowl, and which is cutting back on our archaeologists and other historical staff. Last week, we were accused of opposing history, but I would say we defend history. But Conservatives are cutting off researchers, and for all of these reasons, we cannot support Bill C-7. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Oakville. Yes, for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite makes it sound as if this bill has been rushed through Parliament. This bill has been debated for 35 hours, 20 on committee and so far 15 in this House. We're talking about a museum, a glorious museum of history. It has widespread support. It will be wildly popular. It's a one-time cost of $25 million in the nation's capital. I'd like to ask the member opposite, how long does he think Parliament should debate a museum?
The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. To begin, I'd like to tell my colleague that I respect him and that he does great work on the Heritage Committee. But he's changing the subject. Right now we're not talking about the time spent debating this bill. Now we're talking about the fact that the mandate of a museum is being changed. It wasn't necessary. It would have been one thing to improve the mandate, and we could have improved it by bringing in artifacts, but now the door is being opened to interference on the part of the government.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make reference to something that's going to be opening up in Winnipeg, in which many, not only Winnipeggers, but people from across Canada are looking forward to, and that's the opening of the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. And there is no doubt a lot to be said about the names. And if you take a look at that particular national institution, you will find it's virtually universal. I even believe all political entities inside the House of Commons are quite supportive of the naming of that particular museum, and we all look forward to its eventual opening sometime next year. Having said that, does he not, would he agree that when you talk about the current museum, Bill C-7, that it would have been far more effective to have gotten that unanimous support in the naming of such a critical museum, and question why that's not the case?
The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. Indeed, it would have been so simple to propose changes to bring the nation together, be it a change in name or an improvement in the exhibits, rather than to simply show up as usual without prior consultation to say, we know what's good for Canadians, so we're going to change everything, change all the exhibits, and unfortunately, we don't trust this government. The Canadians do not trust this government as far as this matter is concerned.
Questions and comments. The
member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my dear colleague for his very convincing speech. If I understood correctly, I would like to know why change a winning formula. This is one of the most popular museums in the country, if I understood correctly, and in fact nobody wanted to change the mandate of this museum. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. I'd like to thank my colleague for invoking common sense. Really, anyone who manages a household plan knows that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this exactly applies to the museum. However, unfortunately, it seems that for the government, things are different. It's another opportunity for the government to interfere in the workings of a museum and to interfere with the symbols most Canadians hold dear. They are going to impose their own symbols, their own values, which in their view are more representative of a vision which they hold dear. So they want to break current symbols which Canadians love, and this is the kind of exercise they're engaging in, and they've done this so far on the other side of this chamber.
Please, the débat. The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, listen to the member opposite, and I think he has some vision that the government members are going to be on the telephone every day or every week telling the directors of the museum what to display and what stories to tell and what parts of Canadian history to tell. which is absolutely absurd. It's really a form of paranoia. It's fear-mongering, and it's totally inappropriate. It defies logic, Speaker, that anybody in this House, any whole party, could actually be against Canadian history.
Hear, hear.
We just don't get it, and the Canadians don't get it either. Speaker, it's a perfect time to plan a new museum in Ottawa and in Canada because we're on the road to the 150th anniversary. It's an unparalleled occasion to celebrate our history and the accomplishments that distinguish us as Canadians. In 2012, we celebrated, amongst other things, the War of 1812, the 19th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, and Her Majesty's Queen's Diamond Jubilee. We also announced the creation of the Canadian Museum of History in October 2012. During the announcement of the new museum, the member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam, and former Minister of Canadian Heritage said, quote, "Canadians deserve a National Museum of History that tells our stories and presents our country's treasures to the world." And I couldn't agree more. Our government believes that it's essential to take full advantage of every opportunity to celebrate our history. And this legislation, once passed, will enable the evolution of the Canadian Museum of Civilization into the Canadian Museum of History. Mr. Speaker, some have questioned why this change is necessary. Well, the statistics paint a pretty clear picture about that. More than 75% of Canadians feel that learning about Canadian history strengthens their attachment to their country. Yet less than 50% are able to pass a citizenship exam that tests the general knowledge of Canada. Only 26% of young people aged 18 to 24 know the year of Confederation. Only 37% know the Battle of Vimy Ridge was fought in the First World War. 76% of Canadians are embarrassed by the lack of knowledge that we in Canada have about our history. Something must change, Mr. Speaker. Our children deserve to know more about our long and complex history. And this government is preparing to meet this most fundamental need for all Canadians. After all, our history is a key aspect of our identity. The creation of the Canadian Museum of History will provide Canadians with a fantastic opportunity to discover and appreciate the richness of Canadian history. It will provide a chance to learn about the history of Canada and its people. We're here today to discuss the legislation that will make this museum a reality. Through the online consultations, kiosk activities, and roundtable discussions, Canadians have made their opinions known. Input was sought on various topics such as how best to reach Canadians across the country, whether with traveling exhibitions at local museums, creating apps about the museums for mobile phones and tablets, or showing museum stories in movie theaters. More than 20,000 Canadians took the time to tell the museum what they wanted to see in the new Canadian Museum of History. 20,000. You can see the results of that consultation on the Canadian Museum of Civilization website under Canadian Museum of History News. Thank you, Speaker. I forgot to mention earlier, I would like to split my time with the member from Barrie, if that's agreeable. Thank you. Before criticizing the consultation process that was carried out by experts at the museum, please have a look at the report. Mr. Speaker, Canadians in all regions should have opportunities to learn more about Canadian history. To increase those opportunities, the new museum will sign agreements with a number of museums across the country to tour its exhibitions, to share expertise, and to lend artifacts and other materials from vast collections to enhance local programs. This is a great plan and opportunity for hundreds of small museums across Canada. The Canadian Museum of History will have more than 43,000 square feet of permanent exhibition space in 2016. This space will allow the museum to present a more complete history of Canada to all visitors. This additional exhibition space and rejuvenation of existing areas is made possible by a one-time federal investment of $25 million. But none of this means an end to international activities by the new museum. The new mandate is explicit. One of the purposes of the new museum is to increase Canadians' awareness of world history and cultures. And I quote, "The purpose of the Canadian Museum of History is to enhance Canadians' knowledge, understanding, and appreciation of events, experiences, people, and objects that reflect and have shaped Canada's history and identity, and also to enhance their awareness of world history and cultures." Along with the new mandate, the museum's name must logically change to the Canadian Museum of History. so that it better reflects the focus of this new museum. And while the new museum's focus will be on Canada, it will continue to host major traveling international exhibitions, which we recognize are important to a national museum's vitality and reputation. It's important to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the revised mandate will be fully consistent with the strategic directions approved by the museum's own Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees, not the government members, the museum's Board of Trustees. In particular, in its decision to better reflect our national achievements through the social, cultural, human, military, and political dimensions of Canadian life. Under this new mandate, the Canadian Museum of History will pay greater attention to the events and accomplishments that have shaped and transformed Canada into what it is today. The last spike, Rocket Maurice Richard's famous No. 9 sweater, and objects belonging to Terry Fox are but a few of the artifacts that illustrate Canadian history and touch their hearts. There will be new opportunities for interpretation both in the museum's exhibition galleries and history museums throughout the country as they enjoy loans from the Museum of Canadian History. More than ever before, the new National Museum will provide the public with an opportunity to appreciate and celebrate our identity as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Museum of Civilization plans to present a series of temporary exhibitions that will highlight its new mandate and generate enthusiasm about the changes in its programming. In fact, just last week, the Canadian Museum of Civilization announced that in June 2015, the museum will present, quote, the Greeks from Agamemnon to Alexander the Great. I should say that again, Agamemnon to Alexander the Great. An exhibition celebrating 5,000 years of Greek culture. Those who decry the role of the future of Canadian Museum of History on the world stage need to understand that the international role of this museum will remain firmly intact. It will, as will its research role, as will its collections role. On International Museum Day, celebrated on May 18th every year, my colleague, the Minister for Industry, in his capacity as former Minister of Canadian Heritage, said Canadian museums receive about 30 million visits annually. That is why our government is proud to invest in programs and policies that support more than 2,500 institutions that make up Canada's museum sector. We recognize the important contribution that museums make to Canadian society and culture, as well as to our economy. Given the role of museums as centres of dialogue and learning, it is vital that we work together to facilitate the creation of the new Canadian Museum of History. Along with a new mandate, the museum's name must logically change to Canadian Museum of History. That will better reflect the focus of this new museum. And this museum's focus will be on Canada. It will continue to host major traveling international exhibitions, which we recognize are important to a national museum's vitality and reputation. There will be new opportunities for interpretation, both in the museum's exhibition galleries and history museums throughout the country, as they enjoy loans from the Museum of Canadian History. Mr. Speaker, I am eager to see the new Canadian Museum of History, and I will urge all my colleagues to support this bill to help realize this vision for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have a great deal of esteem for my colleague on the Heritage Committee, and this might be a bit comical, but it seems to me that I'm looking at a teenager opposite who is saying to his dad that if the dad promises him a car, then he's going to go to university. We don't need to change the museum. Does he really think, the member opposite, that it's necessary to change the museum to make it a place for Canadians from coast to coast to coast?
Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm still trying to understand. I listened to the member's speech opposite. I thank you for the compliment that I look as young as a teenager. I appreciate that very much. But I'm still understanding how anybody, let alone any party in this House, could be against Canadian history. It's profoundly confusing. And then I remember how the NDP changed their positions on many, many things. And I'm thinking, of course, of free trade. Now, the Liberals and the NDP now say they support free trade. They support the comprehensive free trade agreement with Europe. And voters who watch Question Period in this House will have noticed the government members laugh when they claim that. Why? Because that's what they say. Of course, what's important is what they actually believe. Well, Mr. Speaker, since I arrived in this House in November 2008, I can honestly say I've spent many hours, many hours listening to NDP members go on and on by the hour about the 9 free trade agreements that we have already introduced and why they were no good. They have slowed down these agreements as much as they could, by months in some cases, hoping they would just go away. And we know why they did that. It's because their financiers, the real power behind the NDP, told them to. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not anti-union. I'm happy to work with unions that do what's in the best interest of their members. Canada's largest private sector union, for example.
Point of order. Honourable Député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Particular debate of the member's comments, and I would encourage him to stay on. I would encourage him to use a little bit more focus.
The issue of relevance, of course, is debated in this House on a regular basis. It has had a very wide interpretation. I think the member is still within the range, although I would caution the member that he is close to exceeding his time in terms of responding, so if he could wrap up the answer quickly, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I come from Oakville, and recently the Government of Canada made an investment in the plant in Oakville in a partnership with Ford of Canada and with Interfor, which is a very progressive union, private sector union, a terrific agreement that will reassure 3,000 jobs in Oakville for 10 years. That's a union that represents its members.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was growing up here in Canada, my parents tried to teach me a bit of history from my Chinese heritage, and one of the things I learned was that in certain centuries in the past, China spent too much time looking inwards and not looking outwards, and really missed an opportunity to understand where its place was in the world and where its place should be in the world, and that was not good. And we have centuries of Chinese history to prove that. My question to the member is actually an economic question. We're talking about spending $25 million here. There is some question of whether this changing of the focus of the museum and the opportunity cost represented by spending that $25 million, is it really worth it to spend $25 million on something that, in my experience in Chinese history, did not work out so well? That is, focusing inwards and not looking outwards to the rest of the world.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know if the member was in the House when I was speaking, but it's very clear. The mandate of the museum is to have a focus on Canadian history and a Canadian view of history, but the international exhibitions will still go on. No one's going to ignore those. Those will still happen, and I just made mention earlier of looking at Greeks and Greek history in 2015. So is it worth $25 million for Canadians to learn a Canadian perspective of history in their national capital? One-time charge? Yes, it most certainly is.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake. We only have a short period of time. Quick question and quick answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Oakville for his great presentation today. And I can tell you that I just last month met with the Association of Manitoba Museums, and they told me that they're excited about having the Canadian Museum of History and the sharing of artifacts that's now going to be available to museums across Canada, especially in rural Manitoba and rural areas. It's going to be very important to have. And I just wanted to ask the member if he would mind talking about how this has been also important to his area of Ontario.
The honourable member for Oakville, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I thank the member. It will be important for Oakville. We have several small museums in Oakville, and what happens is their membership starts to go down when the local people who live in the community and visitors have seen their displays and what they're showing. But there's part of this bill is to provide insurance indemnity so that the valuable treasures of history that exist in the Canadian Museum of History will be able to travel and be insured against being a loss, and be spread right across Canada to 2,500 different institutions. So you could literally stay in your own community and see a different display perhaps every 2 or 3 months or different times of the year, not having to travel to Ottawa. So all Canadians can access these treasures. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would applaud the member for Oakville on that speech supporting this bill. Although I think what might be indicative of the NDP's confusion on issues is the mistake of the member for Oakville and being a teenager. I would politely disagree with that, despite being a big fan of the member of Oakville. I am pleased to speak in support of this Bill C7, which will create the Canadian Museum of History. Mr. Speaker, Bill C7 is very short, it's very clear and specific. It makes a set of targeted amendments to the Museums Act to allow the Canadian Museum of Civilization to transform into the Canadian Museum of History. The creation of the Canadian Museum of History is not an isolated act. It's one step in the larger government strategy in support of our history and the need to increase knowledge and appreciation of it. And that strategy didn't start with this bill and the decision to create a new museum. Our government has been making efforts to close gaps in how Canada's national museums share Canada's incredible story. In 2008, it created the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg. And in 2010, the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21 in Halifax. The government recognized the need for these stories to be presented across the country. These were the first national museums to be established outside the National Capital Region. In the 2011 speech from the throne, the speech observed, Canadians are united by core values, a shared history, and a sense of common purpose. In that speech, our government pledged to join Canadians in celebrating our heritage. The 2013 speech from the throne reinforced this theme. Mr. Speaker, the government's strategy is underlined by the priority it is giving to nation-building milestones on the road to our 150th birthday in 2017. Our government's efforts began, as we know, with the commemoration of the bicentennial of War of 1812 as a way of increasing awareness of influence that conflict had on our nation. Other important anniversaries and milestones in the years approaching Canada's 150th anniversary have been identified and will also be commemorated. But on the one of the War of 1812, I remember how having that moment to recognize our history was tremendously appreciated across Canada. I remember the celebration we had in Barrie for the War of 1812 and how the community really came out to recognize that important milestone. And a lot of young people in our community learnt a huge amount about it through that commemoration. Other events that we'll be commemorating in 2013 and 2014, the 100th anniversary of Canada's first Arctic expedition, the 150th anniversaries of the Charlottetown and Quebec conferences, the 100th anniversary of World War I, the 75th anniversary of World War II, and the 200th birthday of Sir John A. Macdonald. I know the member from York Simcoe is not in the House right now, but I know he'd be a big fan of that particular celebration. On June 11th, the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Official Languages announced a range of further measures in support of the government's history strategy. I'd like to take a few moments, Mr. Speaker, to describe just a few of these measures. First, the Canadian History Fund will connect Canadian young people to their history in a number of ways, including through the Government of Canada's History Awards, which honour outstanding students and teachers who show an interest in celebrating Canadian history. And we have some amazing teachers across this country who have done a lot to inspire young Canadians about our history. I think of Clint Lavelle from Eastview and Barrie in the east end of my riding, where he was recognized with an award 2 years ago here in Ottawa, and how that really inspired the community because it highlights people that throw their heart into Canadian history. And I was pleased to see that recognition, and certainly we need to continue that type of recognition of some of our incredible educators. Through the Canadian History Fund, the government also has partnered with the Historica Dominion Institute, both to create new heritage minutes and to allow more veterans and serving soldiers to connect with students in their classrooms. Second, a range of existing programs have been strengthened to improve access to funding for museums and youth groups that wish to promote Canadian history in their local communities. For example, the Exchanges Canada program provides young Canadians with more opportunities to take part in history-themed events. The Canada Book Fund encourages collective projects with a focus on promoting Canadian history titles. And the Canada Periodical Fund, through the Business Innovation and Collective Initiatives components, supports the promotion of history magazines and history content. And the Virtual Museum of Canada funds 2017 online exhibits and podcasts and provides new historical content for teachers and students. And finally, beginning this year, we marked the first Canada History Week from July 1st to 7th, an opportunity for Canadians to learn more about their history through local and national activities and events. And so, Mr. Speaker, the creation of the Canadian Museum of History is a significant part of this multifaceted strategy to explore and preserve our history and increase Canada's knowledge and understanding and appreciation of it. Indeed, Bill C-7 is but one aspect of this exciting initiative. We know that, in addition to the creation of the museum, a network of history museums in Canada is being formed. Led by the Canadian Museum of History, museums will work together to share Canada's stories, to share artifacts that are the touchstones of those stories, to bring history exhibitions from museums across Canada to the National Museum, and to create opportunities specifically for small museums to borrow artifacts from that national collection. And I know we all have museums in our regions which would love this opportunity. I think of the Simcoe County Museum just north of Barrie in the Rodney and Simcoe Grey, where that would be tremendously appreciated by the broader Simcoe County community. To help make this happen, Mr. Speaker, the Museum Assistance Program will support museums, including small museums that wish to borrow objects from exhibition from the National Collection of the Canadian Museum of History. We understand that the cost of shipping and insuring artifacts is often too much for small museums, but we wanted to help these museums showcase the national collection across the country. That is why we changed the Museum Assistance Program. The Museum Assistance Program will now make it easier for institutions to create and share history exhibits by eliminating the requirement for exhibits to travel outside their province or territory of origin. We recognize that local and provincial histories are an important part of our broader national story. It is vital to give a voice to these stories, and we believe that removing the interprovincial requirement for exhibition and circulation, more history exhibitions will be shared, and the Canadian story will be better understood. These are exciting initiatives, Mr. Speaker, and we hope that their impact will be felt by Canadians for generations to come. The creation of the Canadian Museum of History through Bill C-7 is an important part of this broader history strategy. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members in the House to support it and to support efforts being made within and outside government to preserve and promote Canada's history, because it really is an incredible story. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. People speaking on behalf of the government speak a lot about exchanging artifacts and sending them to museums and so on. But this same government laid off the archaeologists who look after these artifacts. 43 people were laid off in Quebec. Moreover, the artifacts are poorly stored. They're going to be centralized. They won't be able to be classified because the people who did that kind of work have been laid off. So my question is as follows. How can Canadians expect to be able to see the artifacts that could have been discovered and would have complemented what we have already?
Mr. Speaker, obviously the member opposite is confused on the aspects of this bill. This bill invests $25 million into preserving Canadian artifacts, into having this museum. And I find it surprising that the previous NDP questioner complained about spending too much money, and now they're saying they're not spending enough money. So I think the NDP needs to decide which reason they don't support this bill, because they can't change their attacks within 2 minutes. It just seems a little bit inconsistent and, unfortunately, very typical of the NDP.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's been a very long road to get to this point where we're finally voting on the final passage of this legislation. I just wanted to, with the little bit of time that I have, thank a few people who have allowed this moment to come. First, I want to thank all the provinces in this country. The provinces and territories across all political boundaries, Liberal, NDP, Conservative, have all stepped forward and said that they support this legislation and want to see this passed. I also want to thank the mayors of Ottawa and Gatineau, who are also coming forward supporting this legislation. Douglas Cardinal, who was the original architect of the Museum of Civilization, is supporting this. I want to thank him for his support as well as all of Canada's history and history organizations and societies across the country who have endorsed this legislation and want this museum to be created. The Canadian Museums Association, which has helped build the network to make this possible, I want to thank them for the great work that they put in building the family of museums across the country that are supporting this legislation. I also want to thank historians Jack Granestein, Richard Gwynn, Charlotte Gray, and others who are supporting this legislation, putting partisanship aside, recognizing that Canada's largest museum in the country getting a $25 million investment will be great for Canada's history, great for our celebration at our 150th birthday. So in a nonpartisan way, I want to thank all those who took the time to support this legislation to make it happen. It will be a very great day when this museum is reborn as the Canadian Museum of History.
I'm not sure if that was either a question or a comment, but if the member from Barrie wants to respond.
Mr. Speaker, if I could just say how great it has been to have the leadership of the Minister of Industry, specifically in his previous capacity as Minister of Heritage. His passion for Canada's history has really been incredible, and I think Canada benefits from his passion, and it's great to see the results with this wonderful bill.
Hear, hear. Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member from Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask my honourable colleague if his government is seriously, really interested in history. Does he understand the importance of conserving, curating things, celebrating, or more than just ribbon cutting?
5 seconds.
I'll just share a quote from one of Canada's most renowned historians, Michael Bliss. It is very exciting that Canada's major museum will now explicitly focus on Canada's history. This is a government who has shown again and again that we are proud of our history in Canada.
Hear, hear.
And I am completely perplexed why the NDP can't support a bill that is celebrating Canada.
Here, here. Why? Reprise du débat, resume. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say at the outset that I will be sharing my time with the member for Gatineau. It is an honour and a duty for me to rise in the House to oppose Bill C-7, which seems to be consistent with the Conservatives' plan not to eliminate history but to control it. There's even a Conservative member who said that here in the House, that is, that it was necessary to control history. C-7 is just a continuation of the Conservatives' attempt to rewrite our history. We had C-49 before this. This bill will narrow the mission of the museum. I'm proud of the museum, but this is too political an approach to our history to really capture our history. This bill will narrow the vision and do so quite seriously. I think it will exclude the diversity of experience that makes up our history. For example, First Nations and other people who have been marginalized. I want to talk about a museum that's very important in my region. 1.2 people visited the Museum of Civilization. It brought in $15 million, and I think that the change might be devastating for tourism in the region, which includes my riding, and we could see the loss of a number of jobs as a result. The Museum of Civilization is the most popular museum in Canada. It is really an economic driver, besides being quite a tourist attraction. I think we need to emphasize that that museum brings people to West Quebec. It is something that is good for the economy, and without that foothold in the region that brings people across the river, then we wouldn't have people recognizing our region and exploring it. So I think this is a bad idea. It is clear, though, that the idea to change this museum has been thought up really by the Prime Minister's office. It is very political. The different jurisdictions and representatives in the Outaouais region have not been consulted. When people in my region, my riding, say that they have not been consulted, then it is clear that there hasn't been proper consultation. The government is going to continue to spend millions of dollars up until 2014 to commemorate the 1812 war. They're spending money on various kinds of commemorations and ribbon cutting. In my area, there was a canal that was created because of the 1812 war, and it was the Grenville Canal, but this has been ignored by the government, even though it is something that has contributed to our history. We've had a Freedom of the Town event, and we haven't had any funding for that sort of commemoration. We know that this initiative is part of the Conservatives' desire to promote certain symbols. We need to concentrate on our Canadian identity. The government really wants to emphasize the monarchy and militarism. I have, of course, nothing against our military history and our heroes. But the first time that I came to Ottawa when I was young was to celebrate the fact that my uncle received the Military Order of Merit from the Governor General. So this is an emotional thing for me. I think that most Canadians, when they come to Ottawa for the first time, they visit the Museum of Civilization and they discover so many things there. So we should not take that away from future generations of Canadians. Our history should not be limited to military activities, as this government seems to want to do. When we look back at our history, it is more than just wars. Of course, we've recently had the war in Afghanistan, but we need to look at women in our history and how women have contributed to that history. So this is something that I raised during the activities that we had to commemorate the War of 1812. We discussed this in the Heritage Committee, and I brought these points up. I have the impression as well that because of all these changes, the government is putting more of a burden on our small museums that do a great deal with the small amount of resources they have. I want to illustrate this by talking about a museum in my riding, which is the the Plaisance Heritage Interpretation Center. It is dedicated to celebrating local history. It was like the the Museum of Civilization, which has had permanent exhibits and temporary exhibits. We have a new permanent exhibit that is called Waterway, that talks about the various waterways in the Petite Nation area and hears from people living in the area. And the temporary exhibit was on Champlain. Champlain came through this area 400 years ago. People who are interested in this kind of history can benefit from the museum in Plaisance. We also have the Pioneer Museum in Argenteuil, in Saint-André d'Argenteuil, which was bought by the Argenteuil Historical Society. A number of members have campaigned to make this a reality, and they were able to put more emphasis on our local history. But they have had to do this without very much assistance at all. So this resourcefulness is part of people's history. Now they are dealing with a conservative government that is ignoring history and our economy. Their approach of being resourceful and talking about our history is something we are proud of. I would therefore call on members of this House to vote against the bill. It will be harmful, not just for my region, but also for our identity as Canadians. Thank you.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague opposite. She mentioned the two museums in her riding. She should know that those museums and small museums across the country like those will benefit from this legislation, because what we've done in concert with the administration and the president of the new Canadian Museum of History is make it so that the over 1 million items at the current Canadian Museum of Civilization, soon to be History Museum, over 90% of which are in storage, will be able to move all across this country. We've doubled the indemnification program that the Government of Canada has, so that the two local museums that she describes in her riding that she wants to do well for will have access to these collections now for the first time because of initiatives that our government has taken, including the creation of this museum itself through this legislation. And those two local museums, by the way, support this bill, support the creation of this museum. And the Canadian Museums Association supports this bill and supports the creation of this museum. She falsely said that our government is focused on militarism. What nonsense. When we announced the creation of this museum, we did it with she can sit down, I'm not quite done. We did it with Terry Fox's family there. We did it talking about Frederick Banting and Charles Best. We did it talking about Aboriginal history in this country and how important it is to the foundation of this country. We did it talking about Samuel de Champlain. Nothing about militarism, all about the greatness that is Canada.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel.
Really, really terrible about the way that the Minister of Heritage or the former Minister of Heritage, went about that answer was, oh, well, all these artifacts are going to be available to your local museums. What you don't realize is that there's actually 10,000 artifacts at le Musée Régional d'Argenteuil. Il y en a tellement qu'ils n'ont pas l'espace.
Except that they don't have the space that they need to show all of what they have. In Carillon, there aren't that many residents, but it is a museum that actually brings people into the area. There are many artifacts that are put away in storage in the attic. It is really unfortunate because these museums are being ignored by Canadian heritage. This means that we're not promoting our local heritage as well as we might. It is a pillar of our region. The Museum of Civilization attracts people and promotes small local museums as a result. If we look at how tourism operates in our region, I think that we need to act more inclusively. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Minister does not acknowledge, and I think Canadians see very clearly, they've understood that a museum can be a good propaganda tool. And what they want to do is to impose their vision of Canada and Canada's history on Canadians. I come from the Pontiac region, which is quite near the Museum of Civilization. We know that there is no problem. The history of Canada is diverse. There are a number of civilizations, in fact, and that museum, with the professionalism of its historians and archaeologists, has done excellent work. It is not the job of the government to interfere in the work of these professionals to tell the story of this marvelous country in which we live. I would like to ask my colleague a question. She gave an exceptional speech that was very interesting. I would like to know what she thinks of the government's interference and its conservative propaganda. The member, 30 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague, my neighbor from Pontiac. In fact, it is complete interference, and I mentioned this in my speech. This interference and this ignorance of how important this is for our region. And it's a matter of values. They're cutting archaeologists and librarians, archivists, and they say they know what they're doing, but they are making policy on the back of history. The member for Gatineau. The member will have 8 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm quite sad to know that I'm the last person to speak to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Museums Act to create the History Act and to make consequential amendments. Again, Mr. Speaker, we are debating under a closure motion, and I'm sure many other members would have liked to have spoke to this issue, not only on the official opposition side, but also on the government side. So we're talking about the Museum of Civilization. Mr. Speaker, I'm probably one of the few people in this chamber who saw this museum being built. I was working at 25 Laurier Street. I was a young student, a young law student for a law firm, working for a law firm, and across the street, the Museum of Civilization was being built. Mr. Speaker, This museum was built because at the time, and we're talking the beginning of the 80s, different governments had made different provinces, in the Outaouais region, the beautiful Outaouais region. People were saying that there was a gap between the federal public service, which was on the Ontario side, and what was on the Quebec side. And one of the many promises made by Conservatives and Liberals was to build a museum on the Quebec side. And the Great Museum of Civilization was built. At the time, it was called the Museum of Man, but you'll understand why that name was changed, because it was a little discriminatory, because men and women are equal. So it became the Great Museum of Civilization. And this is why we're a little upset, and I was in fact quite stunned when I saw this bill introduced in the House, and that the former Minister of Heritage, Louise, seems to be upset that we are questioning this move, his brilliant invention of changing the nature of that museum. This museum works very well. The museum wants to help people improve and expand their knowledge and culture. It's also an economic tool and a tool to attract tourists. It's a powerful tool at that. This museum works really well, and it works well in the Outaouais region. In fact, it's the best museum, and it's the one with the best record, if I look at the figures. However, what's being done? The mandate, the nature of this museum is being changed. The Conservative government, through its minister at the time, talked about consultations, but these were false consultations. Real consultations means talking to Canadians and talking to partners and asking their opinion, asking whether this museum needs to change in any way, needs to change its name or mandate. It means asking people what they think. It means asking Tourism Outaouais, but that's not what happened, Mr. Speaker. In fact, not at all. An announcement was made, and it was announced that $25 million would be used to renovate the museum. And in my 8 minutes, I'll be saying a lot of things. So there was an announcement, and it was announced that $25 million would change things in the museum. Well, the people of Gatineau would, of course, not turn down $25 million.
The Deputy de Gatineau.
The member for Gatineau. Let's please listen to her for another 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when we hear the Conservatives shout out, we're talking about the economy here, and we're talking about tourism, but they have cast a pall on a region by changing something which worked well until now. You won't believe how upset I am, and I want to denounce here in the chamber the fact that the Conservatives claim that real consultation took place. Every time I was here in the House to listen to debate on the former Bill C-49, now C-7, and the minister saying that the town of Gatineau and the mayor of Gatineau are on board, well, really, I think they are skating around what really happened. So, in fact, they are putting words into the mouth of other people, words which were never said by those people. So in that context, Mr. Speaker, I find that the government has misinformed many people by giving the impression that these changes are for the better. How is the government going to react when a region which is not getting its fair share of federal business because there are so many cuts in the public servants, the 75-25% ratio is being knocked off kilter. The government is not creating jobs on the other side of the river. And the creation of this new museum is concerning many people on my side of the river. And it's a great concern to Tourism Outaouais. If the government presents a check of $25 million, well, of course, people are not going to throw that back. Nevertheless, people are worried. I would encourage people to instead of attending self-congratulatory events, why don't you head down to the museum, talk with the tourists, and see why they are visiting the Museum of Civilization. So I'm not saying that a museum of Canadian history is not important or necessary, and I'm not saying that we should know our history better, but why change the mandate of a great museum to satisfy, as my colleague in the Pontiac have said, a tool of propaganda for the state? That's going to create serious problems. We know that the Conservatives received their orders and they have to vote a certain way. It's unfortunate. I saw this museum grow. I saw it being built. I saw it flourish. Sure, they can laugh on the other side, but let me tell you that on the other side of the river, these people are hearing you laugh, and so people who live there will remember this. Every time we talk about the museum, every time I talk to them about the museum, I can tell you these people are not finding it funny that a winning formula is being changed. We'll see if this new formula works, and who knows, maybe one day, or rather, what did the Prime Minister say? I couldn't care less. It seems that is the message they are sending. And in 2015, I think the people of the Outaouais are going to make their voices heard. And they're going to tell this government, we couldn't care less. Since it is 10 after 6, pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put the motion to dispose of third reading of the bill. So the question is as follows.
Mr. Van Loan moved that Bill C7, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
That those who support the motion say yay.
Que tous ceux qui.
That those who oppose the motion please say nay.
À mon avis, les.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Please call in the members.
question is as follows. Mrs. Glover, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moved that Bill C7, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Zaglukat.
Mrs. Zaglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kemp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tabik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tabik Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Back to Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stoff.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Rino.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Armenenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 121, 121.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Goodale related to the business of supply.
The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Foote, moved. For the Standing Committee on Access, may I dispense? No. That the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be instructed to examine the conduct of the Prime Minister's office regarding the repayment of Senator Mike Duffy's expenses. That the Prime Minister be ordered to appear under oath as a witness before the committee for a period of 3 hours before December 10, 2013, and that the proceedings be televised. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gana, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Coquitlam.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Miss Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Minnows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds, Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen to McMactaquack.
Mr. Allen to McMactaquack.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Yeas pour 122, 122. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Par conséquent, l'ordre est reporté.
Therefore, private members' business will be moved up to a future session.
Prince of Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations, perhaps to make their way to their respective lobbies. We're on adjournment proceedings. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin this evening's adjournment proceeding a little unusually, I suppose. Is that I look across the way and see that when I finish my 4 minutes on the subject of my question of this Monday relating to the upcoming climate negotiations in Warsaw, that we'll be hearing from my friend, Member of Parliament from Oshawa, and I wish to congratulate him on recently becoming the Parliamentary Secretary on the Environment. I enjoyed working with him enormously when he was Parliamentary Secretary for Health. The issue before us is critical. There's no point minimizing it. Mr. Speaker, we're talking tonight about the single greatest threat to our children having a livable world and to us having a future. The talks that begin this Monday, November 11th, in Warsaw, Poland, are the 19th time that parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change will have met to try to advance the agenda. no one can claim that at this point we've even come close to addressing the severity of the crisis. In fact, it grows year on year. We were, as a country once, Canada was once a country that contributed to the forward progress of the community of nations when assembled in these negotiations. We contributed enormously back in the late 80s and early 90s, and in 1992, Canada was the first industrialized country, in fact, the first country in the world, to both sign and ratify the convention that still gathers nations of the world together, as we will next week in Warsaw, Poland. But the advice from the scientific community has largely been ignored throughout the world. Those countries that have taken on targets have largely met them. I point to the European Union, has largely met its Kyoto targets. But we know from the advice of scientists that we are running perilously close to something that can only be called a point of no return, a place where greenhouse gases build to such a level in the atmosphere that we will be unable, as a human society, a civilization, to arrest the threat of what scientists refer to now as runaway global warming, the heating of the planet releasing on its own new sources of heating of the planet, and so on, in what are called positive feedback loops. So on Monday, I put it to the Minister of Environment, and I will be attending the COP19 negotiations in Poland. As far as I know, I'm the only member of Parliament attending other than the Minister of Environment. There certainly is no longer the traditional practice of Canada engaging and involving opposition members of Parliament in government delegations. But that's a minor point compared to the threat. The Prime Minister of this country attended the Conference of the Parties that took place in Copenhagen in 2009 at COP15 and took on extremely weak targets. I think it must be said that collectively the targets taken on in the Copenhagen Accord are not sufficient to avoid part of that accord, which is to avoid 2 degrees global average temperature increase against the levels that existed before the Industrialized Revolution. For Canada, that means we must reduce our emissions to 607 megatons by 2020. The most recent report from Environment Canada says that we are farther from the target in 2013 than we were in 2012, and instead of 607 by 2020, we'll be at 734. That is a clear failure of leadership. It's a failure of programs. It's a complete condemnation of the so-called sector-by-sector approach advanced by this administration. At the same time, we committed in Copenhagen, the Prime Minister committed, to advancing to a $100 billion a year fund for global climate assistance to developing countries to both reduce their emissions and to adapt. So the question is this: as my time runs out and the planet's time runs out, will this administration and this Prime Minister keep their word, deliver greenhouse gas reductions and assistance to the developing world?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment.
I want to thank the leader of the Green Party for her kind words, and I'm looking forward to working with her. I want her to know that our government is committed to achieving Canada's targets, and our record speaks for itself. We will continue to take action with our sector-by-sector approach that has been achieving real results while fostering economic growth. Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding to systematically address all major sources of greenhouse gas emissions. So far, our government has contributed to reducing Canada's emissions through stringent regulations for the transportation and the electricity sectors, 2 of the largest sources of emissions in Canada. I'd like to now take the moment to highlight some of the great achievements that we have made so far. Firstly, Canada has strengthened its position as a world leader in clean energy production by becoming the first major coal user to ban future construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generating units. Secondly, and coming from Oshawa, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that the 2025 passenger vehicles and light trucks will emit about half as many greenhouse gases as the 2008 model. And thirdly, greenhouse gas emissions from 2018 model year heavy-duty vehicles will be reduced by up to 23%. Let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, our government's collective actions are achieving real results. And thanks to our actions, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a reduction equivalent to the elimination of 37 coal-fired electricity plants. And we are accomplishing this without the NDP's carbon tax, which, as you know, would raise the price of everything. Between 2005 and 2011, greenhouse gas emissions have decreased by 4.8%. Now, this is really important, Mr. Speaker. Decreased by 4.8%, while the economy has grown 8.4%, and per capita emissions are at a historic low. In addition to doing our part through the United Nations, we're also actively involved in forums such as the Arctic Council, the Montreal Protocol, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to develop practical and collaborative initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and short-lived climate pollutants. Now, Mr. Speaker, to address the second part of the member's question, Canada has strong international commitments to support developing country mitigation and adaptation efforts. Our Conservative government, in partnership with other developed countries, has fully delivered on its first Fast Start financing commitment, which provided $30 billion over the 3-year period of 2010 to 2012. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we exceeded the commitment by providing $33 billion. As you can clearly see, the figures speak for themselves. Our government has committed to the largest ever contribution to support international efforts to address climate change, a contribution that has supported mitigation and adaptation efforts in over 60 developing countries. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to working with other countries to address climate change. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid the record does indeed speak for itself, and it speaks for itself very loudly that this country is failing the world and failing our children. To correct a few of the things on the record, I think those in the House may have gotten the false impression that Canada had contributed $30 billion to the Fast Start climate program. That is, of course, the contributions of all countries around the world. Canada did put forward $1.2 billion, which is important, but it was only supposed to be a first step, not the whole commitment, and 74% of that was in loans, the largest level of loans of any country in the world. Others put forward real dollars, new and additional. The only reason emissions have gone down in Canada at all was a combination of the recession in 2008 and Ontario committing to close down its coal plants. This administration's car regs are great, but we only did them to stay in concert with U.S. action, and the coal regs will not take effect until I am 99 years old. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, 40 years from now is not good enough to have regs take effect. We need real action, and we need it now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course I'll disagree with some of those comments, but I want her to know that our government remains committed to transparency, and last month released the third Canada's Emissions Trends Report. The report clearly shows that our sector-by-sector approach is getting real results. Canadians should be proud of this incredible accomplishment, and our government will continue to make progress towards our targets. Upcoming federal policies will contribute to additional emissions reductions, including in particular, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker, oil and gas sector regulations, as was indicated in last month's speech from the throne. Likewise, our government supports the efforts of the provinces and territories, as well as consumers and businesses, to lower their respective emissions. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address about the Canadian delegation this year. As it's been the case for the past several years, will consist of government officials who take part in the government-to-government negotiations that are the heart of the Conference of the Parties. Our Minister of the Environment looks forward to meeting with her international counterparts in Warsaw to continue addressing climate change. And if the member opposite would like to help Canada, she should start by voting in favour of all the stuff that we're doing, all our great initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, la motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Thank you.